pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Patty, take roll call, please.
Deb.
Here.
Piers. Ray.
Here.
Don.
Here. Welcome guests, visitors, media. I do remind anyone, if you have a cell phone, please turn it on silent, not to disturb any part of the proceedings. Did receive a notice that Commissioner Swenson will not be attending due to an illness. Is there any financial conflict of interest that the commissioners need to abstain on any items on today's agenda?
No.
I have none. Any non-financial conflict of interest for abstention?
No.
Neither do I. No. Any additions or changes for today's agenda? I do want to make sure we touch on, we'll have a meeting at the end of the year on December 28th. Does that need to be on the agenda, Patty? Is it?
We'll make, we'll just set them, so everything's advertised for the 28th.
And I guess I would just like to have a status of some planning and zoning, I guess, issues that are pending with legal proceedings.
Okay. Any other additions or corrections for the agenda for today? Do remind all commissioners, make sure your microphones are on. If there are no additions or correction, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Deb? Second. Don? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of this November 20th minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? Are there any questions or corrections?
Just the one that I noted was Thursday to Tuesday.
Just at the top of the...
Yeah, the first paragraph there is not the place I saw it.
Okay.
It should be Tuesday rather than Thursday.
Any other corrections? Hearing none, I entertain a motion for approval. Move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. First agenda item is claims. Has everyone had a chance to review the claims?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
On page 16 of the juvenile detention, I see a bill for $11,220.
That's for care for juveniles.
How many?
I'll have to get the bill.
No, well, I just,
Yeah, I'm not.
Not many.
It doesn't take much to get.
I understand that, but I would like to make a point
Yeah,
that the cost of juvenile detention is very expensive.
very.
And then one we really don't have control over.
It's ordered by the judge.
My only question that I had was in the highway. There was, if I'd have written it down, I'd know.
While you're looking, I have one more question.
Okay.
On page 23, Mark's Machinery, there's
Yeah.
a bill for
That's the one I'm talking about.
$43,750, and I'm wondering what that was.
That was in the highway department, right? Same thing I was looking at.
Let me go get the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to remind everyone about the public comment. If there's something that's not on the agenda that you want to have a public comment on, there's a sign in the back of the room on the left side of the room right by the light switch. So if you want to speak on the public comment portion, then please sign in. Brian, there's a bill here from Mark's Machinery for $43,000. Do you know what that's for? Patty's looking it up right now.
It's a track order.
Invoice for a Bobcat
Yeah.
track loader.
We have to do some repairs on our skid loader. I believe we had to do some repairs on our skid loader.
43,000 for repair on the skid loader.
Guess I wasn't aware of that one. We did have some rental in there too.
Titan machinery you got for 10,000 for a rental.
Yeah, and then that's what we talked about maybe.
But
We had, when we did that project out there, we had a crack skid loader that we rented.
Is that on the bridge project out in?
Yeah. Goat Hills.
Where was that at again?
Rolling Hills.
Rolling Hills.
that was the only question I had as well.
Any other questions on the claims? If there's no other questions on the claims, I entertain a motion.
Move approval of the claims.
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second that.
Ray? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda is the November payroll. Has everyone had a chance to review the payroll? If there are no
Move
questions,
approval of the payroll.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then the next item is a temporary liquor license
Actually, two.
for the 11th and one on the 31st, both from Meridian, 6 Meridian LLC.
Make a motion to approve the temporary liquor licenses for 6 Meridian LLC on the 11th of December and the 31st of December.
A motion and a second, there's a motion, is there a second, excuse me?
Second that.
A second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Back on one track.
All right, next item on the agenda. Patty, request to advertise for highway superintendent and appoint acting highway superintendent. So,
Need a motion for both. You can make one motion.
For both?
so I want to touch on this in the appointing an acting superintendent. And we, with the ambulance department, we've had a temporary supervisor, and we've made an adjustment to salary while they were in the leadership position. I think that's only fair for appointing an acting superintendent for the highway department to make some sort of a adjustment with the added responsibilities until a new highway superintendent is hired. You know, I think we did with an extra $1 an hour at the ambulance department. I don't have a problem doing that same with the acting superintendent at the highway department, but I wanted to discuss that amongst the commission here.
I can't remember, that's what we did there, I can remember.
I asked Patty today to verify.
No, I concur. It's consistent, and it's also a lot of added responsibility.
Any other?
Motion?
Well, and Brian, your next person in charge out at the Highway Department is who?
Mike Sedlacek.
And he's been in that position for,
I believe he's been the operations supervisor is his official title, and I think he's been there for 2 or 3 years.
and that's your recommendation then? Okay. Any questions for Brian in regards to,
Have you talked to him?
Yeah, in depth.
Is he willing to assume the responsibilities?
I think he kind of knew it was coming.
he had contacted me as well, and I think he talked to Patty as well, just to make sure to follow the proper protocols.
And I've touched on him with as much, planning stuff, and he's kind of been there as far as when we made the plan, and been attending a few of the meetings that I've been going to now too, so.
So where are you in doing your big grants?
Well, they're all in the process, we're applying for the PE.
Can we touch on that when Brian's position part comes up in the
Okay.
meeting, a few more items
I
down?
thought we were just seeing how his turnover is going, so, okay.
Any other questions in regards to the agenda item for advertising for our superintendent and appoint an acting superintendent? If there are none, I entertain you said one motion, Patty?
Yeah.
I entertain a motion.
I move that to approve the advertising for the highway superintendent and then to appoint an acting superintendent with an adjustment in salary for that status,
$1.
$1 an hour.
You have to state his name too, Ray.
That being Mike
Sedlacek.
It's a lot, Jim.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Just want to reiterate, that's just a temporary pay increase while that individual is acting superintendent. If there are no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Brian, have we had any inquiry? Nobody's contacted you?
Nobody's contacted me.
I've had one
Next on the agenda is request to advertise for a custodian. I think Deb, you're the liaison for, that was your request.
Exactly, we looking to be able to advertise for, just as it says, custodian.
And this is to replace a current full-time employee, not
Yes.
create a full-time employee.
No, it is a replacement.
All right. Any questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the request to advertise for a custodian.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second that.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Brian? Hunoff, I gotta make sure I specify which Brian right now.
I apologize for not getting, that's a 10-point summary of what I'm going to talk about here real fast. I'm going to try to get it done in 5 minutes so I can stay on your schedule. And thanks for allowing me a few minutes on this very busy agenda. The reason I didn't have the 10-point summary ready for your packet is I was still waiting for the end of November numbers to come in as of 5 p.m. Friday. And I was waiting for kind of a milestone that we were able to reach Friday at the end of November, and that's why I didn't have it all assembled at that time. So we're on pace. You might recall I was here in January with some good news. We had a record $111 million in real estate transactions in Yankton County in 2017. And we're on pace to break that record again in 2018, which is great news. And that's a record I expect to happen. One record I can tell you definitely happened is in November. as of Friday, we had $20.5 million in real estate transactions for that 1 month, which is a single record month. I just thought that was a good economic indicator to share with you. I mean, we've had some others too. Retail sales have been up. Obviously, unemployment is down, and our tax base is up, our county tax base. And that's all good economic indicators. Personally, my own budget is coming in well under budget again. I think I'll be $17,000 under budget. And that's a respectable achievement because I present a pretty bare bones budget to start with. So if I can do that, I think that's good. Our office revenue is nearing a record level for the year. We have just about everything we do has been increased. We've seen our real estate transfer fees increase, of course. We've seen our real estate recordings increase, our vital records requests are increased, our copies revenue is up 18%. And last year I told you we had $33,000 in copies revenue, which I was really happy with. This year we already have $35,000 by the end of November, and we should hit 40. So that's really a good piece of revenue for us. We're hoping to top $300,000 in total revenue by the end of the year. And depending how high we go over that, it'll be a new record for our office. So the bottom line is, our revenue is up, our spending is down, and your employees, and I'm talking about all county departments, not just mine. I used mine as an example because I'm familiar with the numbers. But all county departments, I think, are pretty much coming in under budget. They all work hard, to provide good public service. And so one of the reasons I'm here is to ask you to consider a 3% raise. I'll get this. I'm going to open something up here just to illustrate my numbers in case I talk too fast or misspeak. Excuse me, Rob. So currently we have a 2% raise budgeted. The cost to change that to a 3% would be $48,624 for the year. Now, if you were to leave department heads out, and the only reason I suggest that is because, we have 11 salaried department heads. We all make over $50,000. So a 2% raise means more to us than it does most of the other employees. So if you leave us out of that extra percent, your total cost to put all those other 140 employees from 2% to 3% is $42,000. And I know money's tight, but I can't really think of too many ways that your $40,000 could do more good. For most of those 140 employees, that's $20 a month take home. It doesn't sound like much, but $240 a year starts to make a difference in your household budget. So just wanted to present that request to you. Cost of living is up. Economic growth is up, but it has not translated into better wages here and across the country for the middle class and working class people. Yeah, inflation has wiped out what meager wage growth we've had. So just wanted to, I told you I'd talk fast, and I did, stay in my 5 minutes. Just wanted you to consider that, and I appreciate you taking time to listen.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you,
Any
Brian.
questions for Brian from the commission?
Brian, could you touch on the November 20.5? What was?
Well, the whole year has been good, and home sales has been driving it, generally single home sales. We did have one large transaction. Most years we have a couple of these. This year, this is the only one I can think of, where we had a corporate sale that involved $8 million. But, every year we've had records. We had the record of $111 million last year. We had a couple of those large transactions. So that, for instance, our single month records in the past were $17 million. We did that twice. We did that once during the Napa Junction project, and we did it also when the Lewis and Clark Specialty Hospital sold. So those were $17 million months driven by a large project. But this, that was certainly a big corporate sale I mentioned also involving the Hy-Vee property. But we had a $12-some million month besides that, and our single home sales have really been driving the record pace this year.
So, in other words, the last 4 years, we've had steady growth.
Yes, and I guess I'll add this. I don't mean this for anybody to take personally, but this is the first time we've gone 4 straight years without at least one 3% raise. And I'm just going to give you a little quick history on that. 25 years ago, we were losing a lot of people to the city. You know, they were paying more. For instance, a police officer generally made more than a deputy sheriff, so we'd lose people. And we couldn't afford to catch up to the city overnight because we'd had to do an opt-out, and that just doesn't fly, generally. But we determined at that time, I was on the commission then, we determined at that time in the mid-90s that we were going to at least try to keep up, if not fall further behind. And so we sort of agreed, and the next few commissions after that followed that trend. We agreed to strive for 3%. Couldn't do it every single year, but we strived for it every year. It was a budget time priority. And now we've gone 4 straight years, and we haven't had a 3%. And so that's why I'm here, just to ask you to consider that, understanding you can't do it every year, but asking you to consider it this year, consider the economy is improving, and it'd be a way to recognize our employees.
Any other questions for Brian?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Brian? All right, next item on the agenda, Roger Smith. There's Roger.
Thank you for having me. I too will try to be brief in 5 minutes and keep you on your agenda. This is a pretty simple piece of your insurance program, the workers' compensation insurance. Every year I give you a little historical background.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Look at. This is 10 years. You know, you got an award here a month ago for being with them 10 years. Actually, it's 10 and a half years, but you've been with them 10 years, so I've got the 10 years on here that you've been awarded for being with the South Dakota Pool Work Comp. The South Dakota Pool Work Comp writes workers' compensation insurance for every county in all 66 counties in South Dakota. They write it all. Brad Wilson and Ladine Bechtal are in charge of that program. And it's a pool program whereby your good experience helps them, their good experience helps you, and if anybody has bad experience, it affects everybody. But Yankton County is pretty close to the average. Your frequency is a little higher than the average in South Dakota, 66 counties. Your payout per dollar spent on work comp is a little high, not much, but you're not at average or below average. You're just a little higher than average. I can't tell you the percentage higher, but you're just a small amount higher than the average comp in South Dakota, 66 counties. But you have these experience factors that on the right-hand column. So your experience factor has gone down. Your payroll has gone up a little, and the payroll has offset the decrease in the experience factor. So your increase in premiums about just over 2%, 2.25% to be exact.
Would you explain that again?
Okay.
Experience, the numbers have gotten larger as it went down the column, but that
Yes.
means what?
The numbers on the right-hand column, experience factor. Well, you started out 10 years ago, you started out as a brand new customer, so they give you a discount of 8%. You had no claims. And so as you have claims, and other counties have claims, you know, experience factors are figured in for every county. Everyone's probably different, although there might be some that are 1.11. And it's based on dollars paid out for amount of money paid in. They call it loss distribution ratio, but it's called a loss experience factor. So you're a little higher than the average. Some people would be higher than 1.11, and of course some would be lower than some would be lower than 1.00.
Roger, essentially that experience factor is our history of claims.
That's your history versus others. That's right. That's
So
right.
last year, we only had 7 claims, but they were,
Well, that's not figured in here yet.
well, I mean,
That's this year.
That's this year.
excuse me, 2018.
Yeah.
So far, it's 7 claims, but it's twice the amount of dollars as the year before when we had 12 claims.
Yeah. Your frequency is a little higher. If you look at your frequency, your claim numbers are a little higher than the average. So the average would be lower than these numbers, and the payout is a little higher on Yankton County work comp per claim than are the other counties in the South Dakota pool.
Roger,
Yeah,
in 2011, there was 11 claims
yep,
for a total of $1,700.
yep.
In 2018, we have 7 claims for a total of $46,000.
Yes,
So just because you have a claim, it doesn't, every claim is equal, correct?
every claim is unequal.
Yeah.
Every claim is different. Depends on the severity and what happened and to whom and so forth.
Well, for example, in 2012, we had 7 for 100,000, so
Excuse me?
in 2012, we had 7 claims for $100,000.
That's right.
Yeah, so,
And they don't go, this experience, I'm giving the wrong, this experience is not a 10-year experience, it's a 4-year experience. They're not taking 2018 into consideration. They take in 17, 16, and 15. So there's 4 years' experience throughout the current year, use the last 3. So next year, and Brad Wilson, I think, maybe make the comment at the meeting, maybe not, but anyway, you're going to get rid of a year that's not so good and plug in a year that's pretty good. So next year, hopefully, it would be, we got 25 days or 27 days to go yet, so hopefully it'll be a better year next year. And that experience factor hopefully will go down. Now, the other part of it is your payroll. As your payroll goes up, Brian's talking about, that affects your work comp. Payroll times rate, so the more payroll, the higher the cost on work comp. But, so it's like a 2% increase. And with your permission, what I would do is notify them to issue the renewal. And then I would set the billing up with Patty for payment. I think you want to pay them in December, I think. Yes. That's what we've done before. But I just, those are the numbers. They will not change. Anybody have questions, I'd answer them. But I need permission to go ahead and you can start the renewal January 1.
We don't need a motion on this, do we? I have no objection. Does
Okay.
anybody else have an
No.
objection?
something we got to do.
Yeah. And then real quickly, just take a minute because I only have a minute. The insurance on your property liability, public officials and so forth, that's January 1. I would be, in the South Dakota Pool is going to quote that this year. I've talked to them in Pierre and Sioux Falls. So that'll be an option to quote versus EMC Insurance Company, who's had that coverage for a long time. So we'll have a couple, so I would doubt that I will have numbers before January 1 with both those people working on it. So I would come to you soon after January 1. We will have coverage with EMC January 1. If it doesn't fit there, then we'll change it January 5th or 6th or 10th or 12th. But with all the activity on that EMC liability policy, there will be some changes, I'm sure. Pricing, deductibles, but there's some options we can exercise to keep the cost down probably.
Roger, what does that workman's comp run? What's the bill for the county for a year?
For this 102,000, you mean? Or the other policy? 112, I mean, 112?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the number. And it was 110 last year, but then they audit the payroll, it might be additional premium on 110 or lesser, depending on what your payroll is. Patty gives them a payroll, and then they adjust it at the end of the year. It was 110 going in last year, and then 112 going in this year. Is that your question?
Well, I
Okay.
just divided the 46,000 by 140 employees. It comes out to $328, which seems to me like pretty reasonable for a group of 140 county employees all working on site.
Well, your three big classifications are highway, ambulance, and law enforcement. Law enforcement being the biggest one. Highway is second, probably second as far as cost. Those 3 departments are, I've never figured it, I suppose 90% of your cost.
Well, they're our largest departments, largest employees.
Largest employees and also most exposure. I mean, the clerical people in the offices that's nothing. It's those 3 departments are sheriff, highway, and ambulance. All right, I will proceed and see you as soon as I can on those other numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, thank you.
Next on the agenda, Brian, approve excavator bid.
Well, we opened up bids yesterday for that excavator that we advertised here a couple weeks ago. And our one bid we received was the machine that we had rented this summer. and
That's the only bid you received?
that's the only bid we received. And that came in at, let's see, 106 something, I believe.
106,000.
Yep.
That's a 2012,
2012 machine.
the hours on it.
Let's see, 2825.
Just made it under what you advertised for, 2,900.
Right.
We used that this summer, and how many hours we put it on this summer?
Roughly 200, right at 200 hours. With all the flooding the 2 times that we did have emergency work to do, this machine was heavily utilized.
Is it in good shape?
It's in real good shape. And
You want to touch on, when I was here for the bid opening yesterday, and the company that's submitting the bid talked about what they've done to the excavator since we've turned it in.
well, this machine obviously was a rental unit to begin with, and then we took it back. And that's why I brought it to you guys, because we had such a large amount to talk about here. But they're going through that machine from front to back, basically verifying we're getting what we originally got in the early summer.
Essentially, they're bringing it back to the condition it was before we had it.
Correct.
We're just listening to the individual talk about the putting, I think, teeth, greasing it up, and
Yeah.
all the maintenance on it.
The wear parts, essentially.
Did you check, Brian, what does a machine like this cost brand new?
I got Wade here. He could probably better answer that if that's something.
Yeah, just so that we know what we're dealing with.
Right.
Hi there, Wade Planting with Titan Machinery out of Sioux Falls. We were the submitter of the bid. Your question is what cost on that machine is brand new?
Yep, brand new.
Equipped as this machine was bid, you would be about $230,000.
Okay. And the bid is 106. Does that include lease for the year? Or
So you did rent that machine this summer. I utilized every penny of the rent that I could to get the cost of that machine down. That is why there is such a gap on the machine that we bid compared to a new unit.
What's usually the lifespan of a piece of equipment like this?
Birthdays, it's more in how, the hours that get put on it and how it's maintained.
Okay.
Hours, 15 to 20,000, as long as the machine is kept up, serviced the way it's supposed to. If service is neglected, you can cut that lifespan down exponentially.
Okay. So part of our rental fee is in this 106? Or no? Yes, no?
The rental that has been billed to you
Yeah.
was utilized to get that
Oh, I
cost
see.
down to 106. May I explain that properly?
Yes.
Okay,
this is what we would owe if we bought it right now,
correct.
because we've already paid the lease expense on it.
Yep.
Questions for Brian?
Well, I think with the amount of culverts that we have that need possible repair, we're foolish not to start doing them ourselves.
What was the rental this year?
On this particular machine, this is according to our records at the Highway Department, we were at $32,542.
For those 2 months?
Well, it was closer to 6
The
grand.
machine was actually down here for 6.
6? Okay.
Has this strictly been a rental machine, or was it priorly owned?
No, it has been, since brand new, it's been in my rental fleet, which is maintained by my technicians as scheduled maintenance. If something comes due for service while it's out on rental, we send a trained technician to go out, service it, maintain it. It's at my shop right now, going through that same process. Service, like I said, bucket teeth, wear items, things like that are taken care of, and inspection. Part of the specification on your bid is that the machine would come with a 1-year, 500-hour powertrain hydraulic warranty. That is satisfied by our bid as well, too. So some insurance when buying a used piece.
Any other questions in regards to the excavator bid?
I move approval of the recommendation for the purchase of the excavator.
I second that.
Six.
106,000.
For 106,000.
So Don, your motion includes the 106,000?
Yes.
And Ray, your second as well?
Yes.
Any discussion?
You had this in your budget, right?
I'm going to just speak from, as a farmer here. This machine being strictly rental, this baby ain't even broke in. And for getting her for half price, it's a no-brainer in my opinion.
Any other discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Brian, you want to have a quick update, what you talked to me about this afternoon?
We, at around 3 o'clock, got the bridge opened at Johnson Bridge, so it is open. They poured the last bit of concrete on Friday. I was out there for that, and they broke the cylinder today, and it was well above the 4,500 required on the PSI for the strength of the concrete, so we could open it up today.
Excellent.
Great news. Do we know final cost yet on that?
Don't have final cost yet, but that'll be coming.
Okay.
But then, like I mentioned before, and Adam with Clark mentioned, a lot of times this is 20% money on our part because it's under the big grant program.
Are we going to notify the public that it's open now?
I advertised it on our Facebook page. I guess tomorrow would be probably the soonest we could get it to the media, so.
Let's make sure we get it out to the media yet tonight. If we can, send an email to the media. I know we got some of them here already, but make sure we get that out there right away.
Okay.
Maybe put it on the county website as well.
There's still some corn that can be harvested and brought across.
Now I'll ask you what the status of your big grants are.
The status of the big grants is, and we had this plan, but we're looking at the PE grants. So this is preliminary engineering, and those are due in August.
Not till August.
Have you talked about the grant for the road to take over from the township?
The county will still have to work with the township in order to get that road transferred to our authority prior to us getting that grant.
So is your replacement going to initiate that action?
I guess that's something you'll have to direct him to do.
Well, I think we covered that once before.
I think it will have to be with your guys' board and the township board.
Doesn't the process of that we have to put it onto our books, that road?
We have to have it on our inventory.
Just like we have to get West Limits Road
Off of our inventory. Yep.
And it was all going to be one big process, one motion, correct?
Correct. And all that information hasn't came back from Pier yet. And I've tried multiple times to get a hold of Larry Dean. That's the fellow up in Pier that.
Who do I have to make contact with to ensure that this action is going to take place?
Well, I think the first thing that needs to happen is the board needs to discuss with the township board to initiate the action. Much like the same process that took place on West City Limits Road.
Anything else for Brian?
Is this your last meeting? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Continued success.
All right, next item on the agenda is request to order removal of landscaping from lots 4A and 5 of Oak Hills Edition, Mr. James Desai. You have the podium. And And Mr. DeSay, before you start, if there are some chairs up front, if somebody wants to sit down, I see some scattered too.
There's another seat up front.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to come here today to express our concerns. Each of you have a white envelope in front of you. The contents of each envelope is identical. I do have a couple of corrections to make. The exhibit list that you have is not correct, so here is a new exhibit list for each one of you.
We'll pass it down.
Can you pass that down if you would, please? So you may discard the original exhibit list if you wish, and insert this one in its place.
Yeah, pass it.
The second matter, I'll be speaking for 20 minutes. Jody Titsey will speak for 5 minutes. Dennis Michaels for 5 minutes. Bert Bucher for 5 minutes. And then I've reserved 5 minutes for rebuttal, and that takes up the 40 minutes that I requested when I talked with Patty Hoyam on the phone for this time slot. I want to also introduce you to Bert Bucher, who is an associate attorney at the Blackburn and Stevens Law Office on rent to me for our purposes today. And he's a new attorney, so be gentle with him if you would, please. He was licensed last month. Good man, congratulations. Moving on, I'm going to right now offer all exhibits 1 through 23 into evidence. I'm not going to deal with each and every one because some of them speak for themselves. You can read the letters from Ralph Lindner, who is an engineer for Geotech Inc. You don't need me to go through that verbatim. Those would be followed by the letter from James Birch, who is a geotechnical engineer, which is the type of an engineer that this project of Neil Anthony has needed all along from day one. And from what I'm aware, there has been no engineer at all for his project. He told me that he has done everything himself, that he's researched it very thoroughly, and that's his comments. But of course, he is not an engineer, and so he would likely have no reason to know these various requirements. Now, in the pictures that you have, I just want you to note that there are 2 railroad tie retaining walls as you go through them. One is behind our cabin. Our cabin is a blue, it's a cabin. It's a bona fide cabin.
What's your address, sir?
105 Madison. That's the cabin, titled in my wife's name. 172 Russell Road is the residence. That's lot 11. That's the residence of Karen Dawson. 109 Madison Drive is the residence of Barbara and Dennis Michaels. And the next door to them to the east is the residence of Darren and Jody Titsey. And so we are all adjacent landowners. You'll also notice in your packet that I have a single page called Relevant Legal Descriptions, and that tells the legal description of each landowner and who the owner of record is. Exhibit number 1, of course, is a copy of the original plat for Oak Hills Addition. Exhibit number 2 is the replat that Neil Anthony had requested, which was approved. That was the replat of a couple of lots, so that they're now known as Lot 4 Alpha and Lot 3 Alpha. Exhibit 3 is the June 27, 2003 letter from Ralph Lindner. Now, that letter has relevance because we were here in 2003 when a different individual named Leroy Nelson owned the property, and he was attempting to regrade the property and configure it, much like what Neil Anthony has now done. And he has done it without a building permit, which is highly offensive to the laws of this county anyway. The common thread running through Ralph Lindner's 2003 letter and his October 31st, 2018 letter, and then also the letter from James Birch dated November 15th, is that they all talk about safety, safety, and safety. Each individual mentions that, and that is basically that is our theme. We're concerned about the safety out there. So I just want to enunciate safety, safety, safety. That's where we're coming from as members of our group. We are all servient tenement owners. Well, at least not I, my wife is. But we are down, what might be called downstream or downhill owners of the adjacent property. And our position is that we've all been harmed or in the brink of being harmed by what Neil Anthony has done. Now, the notification that was sent out, and that's Exhibit 6 in your packet, Neil Anthony requested just that he be able to replat Lot 3 and Lot 4 to become Lot 3A and Lot 4A. The notice that was sent out to the adjacent landowners made no mention of any intent to regrade the property. You've got the notification right there as part of your record from your August 2016 minutes. There was no mention of regrading the land. There was no issue about changing the drainage pattern of the land. He talked only about what he wanted the council, the commission to hear. And of course, in the end, it was approved. But now if you look at Exhibit 6A, and 6A is the same as 6, except it has my handwriting on it. On August 9th of 2016, at 1:17 p.m., I called Neil Anthony and asked him, what he was going to do up there. And he said he was squaring off the property with his neighbor, and that neighbor would be Tom Vollmer. And I specifically asked him if he was going to be building anything on that property. And he specifically answered, no. So he lied. Now, I asked him again, and then I wrote down, not building. So 2 times he said he's not building. On August 8th of 2016 at 3:10 p.m., I called Denise in Mr. Garrity's office and asked her if Neil Anthony was building anything on that property, and her response was no. He's not building anything, only an exchange of land with the neighbor. Now, had he been forthright and candid in the notification, I feel confident that every one of us adjacent landowners would be standing at attention here at that commission meeting in August of 2016, objecting to what he wanted to do. But he chose not to reveal that to the county commission until he came in that night when he said, all I want to do is do some landscaping and improve the topography. Didn't explain what he was going to landscape, didn't explain how he was going to improve the topography. Just general statements. And of course, the plat was approved, which, based on the evidence that was submitted, it should have been approved. But he betrayed you, and he betrayed all of us adjacent landowners when he started his project. Now, I'm not opposed to progress, but he's already harmed Karen Dawson. His project, that he had a drainage system devised of that black tiling tube that so many of the farm folk use on their tillable farmland. He has a drain coming down across our property, a piece of tube, which you'll see in the pictures. It's very identifiable. And then onto her property. And he built a foundation structure, which is contrary to what your ordinance permits, but he did it, and he did it without telling you, and he did it without submitting a regrading plan to get the grade up to where it had to be in order to build that. He didn't submit any type of plans for anything. He did it behind your backs. And in that foundation structure, at the southwest corner of the structure, are two holes going through the foundation. Now that's for drainage of water from his land out, so it has two escape holes at the southwest corner. And then he has his black drainage tube tiling in that, at the base of the south line of that property. And then on the other side, there was connecting tiling to that side. Well, the bottom line is that it rained in mid-September, a rainy year this year, and the draining tile tube broke off. The rain came down the hill with great force. The water came down the hill with great force. It dug deep gullies and trenches into the hillside, which he had built. His own man-made hillside on top of rubble that he had built. And it washed up against the back of Karen Dawson's home. It also mud went into her central air conditioning unit, and it's still not repaired. The guy's made no offer to fix that. You can see in one of the pictures that there's some rubble that's back by her back fence. Well, geotechnical engineers will all agree, and it is stated in these three letters from those two engineers, that rubble is not proper material to construct anything on top of, because rubble tends to have spaces, and then the soil tends to sift into those spaces, and that causes the upper ground to basically change its formation, which would weaken the foundation structure upon which it sets. So on top of the foundation structure, he then built a monster block wall. Now, directly behind our cabin, it's 2 rows high. But directly behind the Michaels' home is 5 rows high. And the information that Dennis Michael obtained, and he's here, he can verify it if you wish, was that Anthony intends to build that thing 10 rows high before he's done. Now, the monster blocks each weigh just a little over a ton, about 2,200 pounds. So as of right now, there are, I think, 116 blocks up there, and that comes to be a little over 255,000 pounds. That monster block wall sets maybe 30 feet back from the foundation of the Michaels' home. So when it collapses, which all of the engineers agree it'll collapse, the only issue is when. When it collapses, their house will be severely damaged, perhaps destroyed. There may be some personal injury if there's anyone there when it collapses. Behind our cabin, there's a picture there. It's Exhibit 12. Exhibit number 12 is a picture from the top of the monster block wall down to our cabin. The cabin's blue. It's a very steep incline. Now, in order to keep moving on here, in the comprehensive plan, over at page 12, in the paragraph captioned "over 30% slope," It reads as follows, quote, "As a general rule, land with a slope over 30% should not be disturbed, period. If it is determined that development is necessary, the project must be planned with extreme care," unquote. The slope from Lot 4A down to our Lot 12 exceeds 30%. There's about a 2-to-1 or maybe a 2-to-1.5. It dramatically exceeds 30%. He did not have an engineer the project. He did it on his own. By the way, Neil Anthony owns and operates Anthony Trucking LLC out of Lamar's, Iowa. So he's a trucker by trade. And I understand he's done well, and more power to him. At page 145 of the comprehensive plan, the paragraph captioned summation, it states, "Future development should be regulated through land use controls. Any land use regulations incorporated by the county should be designed according to these 6 principles," and I didn't include 1 through 4, but 5 and 6 are particularly, well, they're all relevant, but 5 specifically says protection of the public health, welfare, and safety. And number 6 says balancing of private citizen rights and the public interest. And this is also in quotes, it says, "Any developmental proposals which do not follow these principles nor are proposed in the appropriate district should be carefully evaluated before being implemented or approved." Well, he didn't make a proposal to you. He bypassed you. He came here to have a replat and he got what he wanted. And then he went into radio silence. And you were all blind to what he was doing. And why shouldn't you be? But now the time is, and opportunity is here to help him view life in a different perspective. In Armstrong versus Turner County Board of Adjustment, which is a 2009 South Dakota case, the legislature authorizes the county to establish and administer zoning ordinances. Not just to establish, but to administer, and that's what you have done. And you've also included in there a $200 a day fine for offenders and also potential jail time. Now, I want you to know at this point that Denise M. Anthony is the owner of lots 4A and lot 5. She is the owner of record, which makes her prospectively liable for all of the wrongful conduct of Neil Anthony. And the reason why is called the law of agency. She is his principal. He is her agent. He is carrying on these activities with her knowledge, and she hasn't stopped him. So potentially there is a fine of $200 a day for each of them, $400 a day. Potentially also jail time if they don't do what the commission orders them to do, which will be part of my motions toward the tail end of this. And in the comprehensive plan at Article 2, Section 201, it says this ordinance shall be held to be the minimum requirements for the promotion of public health, safety, and general welfare. There is a drainage issue and a regrading issue, and that's ordinance number 20. SDCL 46 alpha-10 alpha-1 parent 9 states, a natural water course is a fixed and determinate route by which water naturally flows from one parcel of real property to another due to the conformation of the land, and by which is discharged upon the land receiving the water. It is not necessary that the force of the flow of water be sufficient to form a channel having a well-defined bed or banks. Now, the history of Lot 4 is that it was an historical natural drainage way. It had wild grasses. It had hardwood trees. The leaves from the trees slowed the rain down as it descended. and in bottom line, it then absorbed into the soil. And we had minimal water problems when Lot 4A was maintained as a natural drainage way, and that's how we want it to be again. Because he has harmed us. He has most specifically harmed Karen Nelson. She has had financial detriment by that southwest corner, the mud being washed away from under the foundation, which weakens the foundation, and then also the mudslide that went down onto her property, and I've gone through that litany earlier. In Zwart versus Penning, which is a 2018 South Dakota Supreme Court case, the civil rule regarding drainage burdens the owner of ag property located downstream with an easement under which the dominant or upper property owner may reasonably discharge surface water over the servient estate through natural water courses. And they also cited Conodle versus Castle Township, which was a 1998 case. Now that's the civil law. But out there in Oak Hills, we're dealing with a reasonable use law. But there are cases, another one, the reasonable use law is Mulder versus Tague, which is a 1971 case. And you have to have the use of the landowner changing the water flow has to be reasonable, which means he can't damage the servient tenements. And right now, Lot 11, which is Dawson, Lot 12, which is DeSay, Lot 13, which is Michael, 14 and 15, which is the Titsey household, we're all adjacent downstream property owners. And we're all going to be damaged by that water. As if he has no concern. Now, Ordinance 20 also defines subdivider developer, and he is, Neil Anthony is functioning as his own developer and his own subdivider by definition. By definition, he's also the agent of his wife. As a developer and a contractor, Ordinance 20, that's for the regrading of and the construction of structures and permanent improvements on lots 4 Alpha and 5. He did not receive any permission to do any of his building. The structures are there illegally and ought to be removed. There's another option I'll suggest to you later. Section 601 of Article 20 addresses the many plats and replats, stating the intent of this section is to provide for a timely review of minor plats and replats, including plats for transfer of ownership that do not discernibly impact surrounding properties. And we've all been impacted already, each one of us. Our land values are diminished. Who's going to buy a cabin when they drive up the driveway and see approximately a 60-degree slope that goes from our property in 20 feet, it ascends up to his grade at a 60-degree slope. And then they're looking at a monster block structure. Now they're coming out there for nature, and they're looking at a monster block structure? And the zoning administrator must comply with all requirements of a plat in Section 502. And I've read Section 502. It gives a listing of all the requirements. I haven't found any evidence in the minutes of that meeting or any other time where Neil Anthony complied with anything. He didn't submit any preliminary plans for regrading. He did not submit any plans for a new drainage system. He just did what he chose to do. Section 601 Alpha 2, or subparagraphs 2, 5, and 7, 2 does not require the creation of easements affecting adjacent property. The foundation structure and the monster block structure are built almost on his property line. Now, he dumped dirt down onto our property so that he could maximize the depth and use of his property. So dirt that he has supporting his platform up there is on our property. And he didn't ask permission, we didn't give permission, he took it. Then he comes and he, in order to stabilize the property, so he said, he puts fairly large pieces of pink rock, dumps it over the side of the hill, some of it rolls down to our retaining wall, and then a lot of crushed rock. And he also put down 2 large slabs of concrete, also called rubble, that he found on Lot 4A, and his statement was that they were going to be used as anchors so that the dirt wouldn't slip. My wife didn't like looking at that, didn't like looking at any of it, but she thought it was only there temporarily till he finished his landscaping project. That's what he led her to believe, that it was temporary. And there's a lot of implications that can be made by not saying all the facts, intentionally leaving some facts out. And that's exactly what he did. So now we have rubble on our property, as well as dirt. Subparagraph 5, when grades are changed, a grading plan shall be submitted and approved for the minor plat or replat. Well, there is none. We've checked the records. There's none. He broke the law, as if he had a privilege, and as if none of us have a privilege to be defended and to have the law enforced. Subparagraph 7, that what he does not adversely affect the remainder of the parcel or adjoining property. Well, I've already gone through that adjoining property issue, so we don't need to beat that one up again. Ordinance 17 is public nuisance. Pursuant to SDCL 7-8-33, Board of County Commissioners of every county may, by ordinance, allow for the declaration and abatement of a public nuisance within the county outside the corporate limits of any municipality. There was your authority, and you passed the ordinance. The Commission has the authority and the power to pass ordinances and implement other controls preventing persons from placing man-made objects called a foundation structure, called a monster block structure, where such objects and things jeopardize the general health, welfare, and safety of adjacent landowners, their respective families, guests, invitees, etc. Well, we have little kids in our family. They're called grandchildren. They can't run fast enough to get away out of its way. And I know I can't run fast enough anymore. Maybe at one time, but not now. SDCL 11-2-11, zoning ordinances and other controls deemed necessary are included as adjunct to and in accordance with the comprehensive plan.
Mr. Bissett,
Yes, sir.
you're given a lot of case law on a statute.
Yes.
None of us up here are trained attorneys or judges.
I appreciate
So,
that.
given a statute and case law, it's kind of like giving me a wrench to fix a car. That's the things I can do.
Okay.
But my question to Rob in all this, do we have jurisdiction to handle this? Sounds like it's definitely a civil matter in my opinion.
No, positively.
Well, I want to defer to my state's attorney and ask him if we
I
have
see.
jurisdiction on this.
Todd, I'm kind of doing the same. My understanding is what the argument was going to originally be was more of the permit argument. And I know you're arguing some drainage issues, we're arguing some public nuisance things. Todd, honestly, on that, I'm not sure. The building permit question, when we're talking about, and I know some of the definitions are landscaping, we've talked about landscaping. I do see some pictures where there was some prior landscaping there. My understanding is we've never issued a building permit regarding a retaining wall. I'm not aware of one.
Are we required to issue a building permit for a retaining wall?
You read the statute on building permits, it does allow, when you read the definition of a retaining wall, it does reference a structure, and it does reference it as a structure. But when you read back on an exception, it does say remodeling, improvements, or maintenance, provided such activity does not include structural alterations or repair or additional land use or space. So I do believe under the exception, you'd be dealing with a building permit. If you're talking about a retaining wall, and we're going to put building permits for retaining walls, that's going to open up a can of worms, because if we're going to be dealing with lateral support, and it's going to be the holdback embankment, you can talk about 6-inch brick around the house as holding back a retaining wall or some kind of earthen embankment, which can open up a big can of worms. Anytime anybody wants to do any kind of terracing or anything of any sort, then you're going to come in and ask for a building permit, which I don't believe is the intent. And I believe you fall underneath that exception under that 1721. The nuisance is a little different. I don't necessarily know if this is going to fall under a nuisance. That's something we look at, figure out, discuss, and then proceed accordingly under a complaint. And then under the plat and replat, I don't know what happened on that, if that was necessary.
How about the question of letting the dirt and rubble come onto the neighbor's property?
I don't know, John, how we have that authority. What are we going to do with that? Are we going to file a public nuisance complaint against the individual? And then
Is there any way we
proceed
could-
and then say you're I'm just not sure necessarily where our authority's coming with us. They have authority to file an action. There's lateral support issues. There's draining water on their property. I'm just trying to figure out our things. I'm not finding anything where I'm feeling comfortable that we have this ability to, and I'm going to use the word retaining wall. Retaining wall, it looks to me that was changed and altered, and then we have this authority to come in and stop it. I don't see it. I know referencing the comprehensive plan, and we're having this, I think it was 60% or 30% extreme. We have nothing in our zoning ordinance that references that I see in there.
1725,
Let's,
expired variance.
please, if you're going to speak, please approach.
I have a question. Rob, what about affecting the safety and welfare of the neighbors? Is there any way that we could, as a part of the conditional use, say,
Is there a condition?
maybe there wasn't a conditional use. There wasn't, okay. But I mean, is there?
There's no building permit.
No, there's no conditional use. But if we address the safety and the fact that,
That's my question. I'm trying to determine on how we have this ability, and what was referenced now was 1725, expiration of building permits, conditional uses, and variances. I'm not sure, maybe there's some applicability there, but I'm not aware of it. So I don't know where our authority comes from. Possibly a public nuisance argument, maybe.
So if that,
Public nuisance because this wall possibly wasn't built correctly. We don't have building codes, we don't, building things that we don't deal with. So even if it was a building permit, we look under 1723, it says what we need to put in a building permit. Nowhere in there talks about structural integrity, nowhere talks about having an engineer, no one says that stuff. I don't see where we have that. I'll probably throw this out as an idea. I don't mind if we want to move it a couple weeks, but being doing this today and using the building permit argument, I don't see it. I don't see where we have authority for you to tear down the wall, stop the building of the wall. I don't see anything that gives you that authority.
so if the public nuisance, if it fell under those parameters, what's the procedure?
Filing a complaint against the individual, reporting and making it
Going to this body or actual a judge?
to a judge.
May I comment, sir?
Yes, you may.
Okay, first off, Mr. State's Attorney, it's Ron? Rob, pleasure. Jim Desai. I don't know, I really don't know how you got the idea I was coming down here to talk about the plating issue. That's historical. The request for the plat was approved. Had we known that he was going to do his, quote, landscaping and improving the topography of Lot 4 Alpha, we'd all have been standing at attention down here ready to object. But that was never noticed out in the newspaper or in his letter. So I'm taking issue with you in the sense that I don't know where you got the idea I came here to talk about a plat. And I did, and I'm not going to argue, it's just that, and the letters from the several landowners all tell the same story. We're not down here talking about a plat issue. We're down here talking about stealing our rights, jeopardizing our health, our welfare, our safety.
Sorry, I'm talking about, I thought, my opinion is where our authority comes into to do anything against them. So what I believe we were referencing was a building permit. I didn't even know that there was a plat.
I see.
We were referencing a plat. I didn't even know there was a plat.
Okay.
They got prior approval.
Sure.
The land after that. I didn't know that.
All right, well, I've read statutes already to you. I've cited them that specifically state that the county commissioner, the county planning commission, the administrator have specific statutory authority pursuant to the laws of South Dakota, as well as the ordinances that you all passed to enforce the respective ordinances.
But my question is, what ordinance in regards to the retaining wall, the specific ordinance in regards to that?
I would bring that under the public nuisance, Ordinance 17, because it's built right on the edge of his hill. Now, if you'll read the letter from James Birch and also Ralph Lindner, and I know you'll read them when you get time, but...
Which
Can you give us,
exhibit?
you have a lot of exhibits here. Can you?
Oh, yeah, okay. Lindner had Exhibit 3. And
Was that to back in 2003?
Yeah, that's the 2000...
Zoning Administrator Tom Fiedler at the time?
True.
With the project engineer.
Yeah, project engineer. He's not a geotechnical engineer, but he's a project engineer.
Yeah.
And then that would be his June of 2003 letter. And then the next exhibit right after it is his October 31 of 2018 letter, where he is addressing the issues. Now, I forget if it's Lindner or if it's Birch, maybe both, who said that foundation structure and also the monster block wall structure should be placed at least 25 to 30 feet onto Lot 4 Alpha, so that when the wall, because the whole slope is unstable, so that when the wall fails, it will fall onto Lot 4A and stop. That's their recommendation. That's what I'd like to see the county order him to do. That's not my first choice, but that's a reasonable option.
So my understanding is you want us to require a building permit for this retaining wall.
No, frankly, the wall's already built. It's a little late to beg that issue. I think that, frankly, our motion, our desired result is that the foundation structure and the monster block wall structure be removed. That Lot 4 Alpha be reclaimed at Anthony's total expense as a natural drainage area, that he reseed the land with wild grass seed of various types, and that he plant hardwood trees, deciduous trees, on that land, which will help to bring it back eventually. Now, is it fair? Let me ask you this. Is it fair what he did to us? Just presenting an idea. We'd also like you to order him to deliver a letter from a geotechnical engineer licensed in South Dakota within 30 days saying that what he did is safe and that the ground is stable enough for him to do what he's doing, because I don't believe for a millisecond that he can find one who's willing to put his license on the line with that kind of a guarantee. And if he fails to do that, then after that 30 days, he should be ordered, absolutely ordered, to remove it, because now he has helped us establish our case. We've carried the burden, and he helped us carry it.
This definitely sounds like a court of law versus a
But we
county commission.
first have to expire all of our options going through the several county commissions. We got to take it procedurally. And to get back to your point about me giving you all this law and all this case law, frankly, I'm building a record for appeal. And without a record, if this ever got in front of any circuit court judge that I've ever practiced in front of, including a lot of them I haven't, but I know their history, your approval of Anthony doing what he's doing would carry the day, because they don't have a record to review. I'm providing a record for appeal. That's what I'm making. Because we're going to come out on top, and you're going to come out on top also. Because the people in your county are going to be safer people if that hazard is removed.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
This picture with this black material, did Mr. Anthony install that?
That was some of his stuff that came down the hill. That picture, would you say what the exhibit number is on the backside, please?
Exhibit 9?
That's number 9. Okay, that exhibit shows in the top right, that's Neil Anthony's house. You know, he has his primary home in Lamar's, Iowa, but this is like a vacation home. In that picture, we can see it quite nicely from our angle, from our cabin.
So is that his property line where that plastic is?
No.
Where's his property line on this?
His property line is back up a little higher than that. We have a property, and all of the lots out in Oak Hills Edition have a strange lot line that kind of is like a parallelogram, because the lot line follows the street as it goes up the hill. So you'll see some pictures in there that have some little white posts. I don't know if you see one on that picture or not, but there are pictures that have a little white post. One by our retaining wall is fairly close to the retaining wall. But up next to Michael's property, up the hill, that white pole is way up there near Anthony's property.
So all these trees that are in the forefront of this picture
Yeah,
are gone now, or what?
they're all gone. Those were our trees that he cut down without permission.
That sounds like a civil matter.
It sounds like a matter that we have to take by the numbers and work through the system here before we get there.
So we've asked you a few questions, and
Sure.
40 minutes is up, and I'll give you 5 more minutes to wrap.
Then I'm going to have to wrap. There are other people.
No, I'm talking about, you asked for 40 minutes
Yeah.
for yourself. We're at that time frame, but we've asked you a few questions. I'll give you another 5 minutes.
I see what you're saying. Thank you. Thank you.
Jim, could Jody stay for safety?
She'll have a minute.
She will, okay.
She will, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. We're asking that you order him, Neil Anthony, to reclaim Lot 4 Alpha and remove the 2 structures that he built, so that it was, as it once was, a good drainage area that benefited all of us. We're asking that you fine him $200 a day, and his wife also, starting the day that you enter the order, and running until the reclamation project is completed. Neil Anthony understands money. He may not understand people, but he understands money. And when, as most people do, as you hit him in the pocket, you'll get his attention. So I'm asking that you fine him. And in the alternative, if you're not going to want to order him to reclaim that property, then I'm asking that you order him to move his structures back onto Lot 4A, a minimum of 35 feet, so that when they do fall, they fall on his property and not the rest of us. And that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
Question, where did the rubble come from and how many loads were hauled in?
Well,
Approximately.
okay. Number one, I don't know who brought the rubble in, but I do know that it was there in 2003 when Leroy Nelson owned the property, and the commissioners sitting at that time ordered him to, and it says so in one of the letters, that he be ordered to bring an engineer's report and show and make it available to the public, showing that he has a proper engineer's report to do what he wanted to do on that land. In short, he quit his project and he walked away from it, and he sold the land to Neil Anthony.
So that rubble was there, you said, since 2003.
2003 on first Nelson's property. Then Nelson sells his property where the rubble is to Neil Anthony.
Mr. Nelson owned both the lots?
Yes, Mr. Nelson owned both the lots, the house as well as what was then Lot 4.
As a lot, though, it was designated as a buildable lot in Oak Hills.
Oh, I don't know that it was ever designated that.
Now, I think every lot out there is considered buildable.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
That's a question for Pat.
well, you see, it's a natural drainage area also.
On 9A, is this your retaining wall?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's an existing one? They
That's
didn't put that up?
That was built in 2003.
Okay.
Now, there's the one behind the Michaels home is one that Neil Anthony built, and you'll see it, you can identify it because there are chains linking that, the 4x4s, which is crazy to use 4x4s as a support post for railroad ties. They'll snap like a toothpick. But there are chains screwed into the 4x4s and then somehow connected to the monster block wall. And in James Birch's letter, which you have, which is exhibit number 5, he says that those chains, the retaining wall, by virtue of the chains connected to the monster block wall, are putting horizontal pressure on the monster block wall, which will help it come down sooner. I mean,
Any other questions for Mr. Desai as the time is up, and we'll, I still want the commission to ask Mr. Desai any questions here before we go on to the next individual on this.
Thank you, sir.
thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Mr. Desai, now who did you say was next for you on your request to
Okay.
speak?
Jody Titsey, she and her husband have lots 14 and 15, followed by Dennis Michaels, Bert Bucher, and then I guess I'll not have any rebuttal time because I've already overstayed my welcome. Here, I'm going to give you this piece of paper so you know who we're talking about here.
Thank you.
I'm Jody Titsey, and my husband and I own the property at 119 Madison Drive, so down below. And I'll be honest, this project doesn't really affect our property because it's off to the side, and if it were to come down, it would only be behind a shed that we own. But my concern was naturally a little bit piqued because I am a licensed engineer, and when I saw the walls start being built, I wondered how they were able to do that. And in doing my investigation a little bit myself, I called planning and zoning back in August and twice since, and you don't permit retaining walls here, which my concern is this is more of a structure than a retaining wall. This is a monster block structure at 2,200 pounds a block, and it's a life safety issue on those lots. Like I said, it doesn't affect me, but I'm obligated to bring that to someone as a licensed professional. So that is just why I'm here. Monster block standard designs, you have to have a global stability design for the overall site, and you can't just use standards, and we're a little bit non-standard here with the front of that being sloped and it being started on the top of a hill. So I just want to make sure you're aware of those couple of things. If you don't permit retaining walls, I think 1725 does state that he is beyond 2 years of construction with that variance you've granted, and you do, I think, have an opportunity to do something about that.
We have not granted any variance on this.
When you replatted it for landscaping,
No, that
Was
was,
just
there's
a
no
replat.
variance. The lot lines were replatted, and that is it. There's no variance.
there's no variance, so the
That-
structure on a,
Pat, can you touch on that? Because a replat,
I thought it was for retaining walls and
a
landscaping.
replat, all it's doing is changing the lot lines.
Right.
If you do a variance or anything else, that's a whole nother action.
So,
But all we see here in our packet is just a replat of the boundaries of that lot.
Okay.
Am I correct on that, Pat?
No, there's a variance with it.
There
It was
was?
less than an acre.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, the two lot sizes, the lot sizes.
Pat, will you come up and use the microphone, please?
that's really all I have.
But thank you for bringing that up.
The lot did receive a variance. It was, Mr. Anthony bought a piece of property to his neighbors, and in buying that, combined the two together and created a lot larger than what he had, but it was still under 1 acre.
So the
And that
variance is
was
only for the acre, the lot size, not for any type of.
right. There's no variances for anything
Construction or
else.
anything like that,
It was
just for the
simply
lot size.
minimum lot requirement.
Okay.
That's what the variance is for.
All right.
And I have to, just one more thing. Ordinance number 20, subdivision ordinance, was done in April of 2014. I cannot go into old subdivisions and make them live with that ordinance. That's grandfathering. I can't interfere with, I can't go back on other previous action, just like we can't go back on homes that were built prior to zoning. This subdivision was done prior to zoning. Even if he comes in and breaks that lot down, or actually he made the lot bigger, subdivision kicks in when you make 2 or more lots and they're in new subdivisions. It's a new subdivision. Then we can do grading, then we can do all those things that Mr. Desai talked about. We have authority. But we have no authority because we did not incorporate or adopt our subdivision ordinance in 2014. Anything new, we would have this course of action to work on. But as I've said to Mr. Desai many times, I cannot use this subdivision ordinance or anything of any consequence or any of those sections because that subdivision was done prior to 2014.
Thank you, Pat. Is Mr. Michaels here to speak?
Thank you for the opportunity to share a little. I just want to
State your
put,
name for the record, just for everybody, please.
name's Dennis Michaels, property owner beneath Mr. Anthony.
Thank you.
2003, Mr. Nelson was planning to build a Morton building. It was going to be back set. Engineers came before this commission and discussed the safety issues, and it was determined that the engineers that said that the hill stability was being threatened substantially were correct. As a layman, I'm coming here speaking for the safety of life and property of people below Mr. Anthony's property. I am not an engineer, I'm not an attorney, and so I just want to say 1 or 2 more sentences, and that is, just as a layperson looking at 2,000-pound blocks that have been proposed to go up 10 high, I believe that this commission has authority, from what I have seen, to strengthen the public safety of the property owners adjacent. And I ask you to use your authority as you're able, as the last commission did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay, any question, Mr. Mike?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next would be Mr. Butcher? Booker, apologize.
Not the first time. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission. My name is Bert Booker, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Desai. Mr. and Mrs. Desai are here with their neighbors today because there's a safety issue. There's over 250,000 pounds on the hill right above them, and it will come down. You have 3 different engineers that have told you it will come down. Please either compel Mr. Anthony to provide an engineer who's willing to say that this is perfectly safe and that no one is in any danger of this hill coming down on top of them, or compel him to remove these things that he put there without the permission of the county commission. Thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Rob, I'm going to go back to you.
I'm still in the same position. I'm not sure where we have authority. So Mr. Desai's theory is that before it is brought before a circuit court, you have to exhaust administrative remedies, which would be coming in front of this board and making a request. Then that's the purpose of what he's doing here today. He would have a civil action to bring for lateral support, water issues, whatever else there would be. And possibly, if there's an issue with a public nuisance complaint, I haven't thought through that probably enough. I don't know necessarily if that's an avenue, but I'm not aware of anything regarding the building permit issue. We haven't issued building permits. Maybe this is something that needs to be addressed and amended in our zoning ordinance in the future. I don't know if the zoning ordinance, when it was thought through, was looking at a retaining wall for the size and substance, but I'm not aware of anything else on how to enforce or have that ability to make him take down the retaining wall, submit an engineer. I don't see how we have that authority. I don't see it. So I'm not aware of anything else that would allow it to occur. So.
Deb, you have a question?
Yeah, don't we have the duty to maintain the safety of our citizens, and isn't this a potential safety hazard? And, you know, if he got an engineer to look at it and say it's safe, I mean, that would make everybody down below feel a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, I'm not sure necessarily where that authority would lie to allow you to do that. You go to him and you say, hey, this is what I want you to do. I don't see where you can have that authority to force him to do that. If, say, for example, he was to submit a building permit and he didn't submit a building permit, and we believe he sat underneath that requirement and he didn't do it, then we would have a building to operate under that request and then shut him down in an injunction and enforce him under our zoning. But I don't see where you would have that authority to make that request of him.
Well, it appears that there's been some sort of wrong done, in my opinion.
And the recourse would be to file an action. The landowners have an ability to file a civil action against that landowner. They would have that ability to make that request.
I think there's definitely concerns. I see that, but where is our authority to we have to, if you look at a court of law, this, and we're right now a commission, the accusers have a right to come up and speak on their behalf, in their behalf, right, Rob? And in this case, we don't have since there's no building permit issued and our ordinances don't require us to issue a building permit for a retaining wall. Right now, we would operate outside of our scope of what our jurisdiction is. Am I correct?
I don't know necessarily what authority we would have to do that. I don't know where in our ordinance would allow that to occur. And Deb, I'm not disagreeing with the issue, and it's maybe something that needs to be addressed, and I don't know if it's something that was thought through at the time in the zoning ordinance.
I don't think in 2003 we had monster blocks. I don't know. Maybe we had.
Weight and substance on this type of a hill. I just don't know where we would go to make that enforcement. If again, if this theory to come before you is basically an exhaustive administrative, body that that's what's occurring and that's where we're at, then they can proceed accordingly and issue an injunction and proceed into they need an underlying action, but they can do their proceed accordingly.
Yeah, I mean,
So right now, you're saying we don't have jurisdiction to do anything, one way or the other, on this action?
Good or bad.
Well, at the bare minimum, we could suggest that we disapprove and request that he do something. Now, I'm guessing that that's going to be a...
We don't have authority on that, Don.
I understand that. That doesn't mean you can't request him to go back and make it the way it was.
or request him to get an engineering
You've got geotech. We use geotech on every road that we test.
Right, but no one's looked at this wall. They've had it before the wall. Let's have one at the wall, on the wall. The two geotechs in 2003, I mean, said it wasn't suitable to support a Morton building. I mean, now we got something that weighs.
Yeah, but we're talking about two different times. We're talking, again, we need to go back to the facts at hand and whether we can request whatever we want, but there's no teeth to that request.
I understand that.
And then I agree, I understand it too, but I think we should go on record saying that it appears to be unsafe and they need to have an engineering report that states it's safe or
But
unsafe.
again, we only heard one side of the story.
Okay.
If you look at any court action, you have a right on both sides of any case to listen to both sides of a story, and we haven't done that. If we don't have jurisdiction to act, we don't have jurisdiction to act. We can request something or whatever else, but that would also take, I think it opens up a Pandora's box if you start doing that. And I definitely see the concerns by the neighbors. I don't disagree with that. But I don't think we have any standing to make any decision on that because there is no ordinance in place. And I'm deferring to our state's attorney for our legal requirements. If he said we had legal requirements where we had jurisdiction, then I don't have a problem acting.
I don't know where we would operate under the zoning ordinance too.
Can you research it? Or will you research it?
I'll research it.
Okay. And then when will you have your information over to the commission?
We can do it in the next couple of weeks, 2 weeks.
You send me copies of whatever it is you recommend?
And I say if that's the case, we need to have all parties on both sides of this issue notified on it.
You had the opportunity to be here, and you chose not to be.
That's not true. We're here.
We're here. We're ready to talk. Say nobody's here.
Oh, you're here. Good man.
So the Anthonys are here as well, but before we can take testimony on the other side as well, I want to know if we have jurisdiction to act.
And my decision today is we don't. I'm okay to consider and look through the public nuisance argument and the flat roof, but I don't necessarily know those things. You know what I mean? I do know public nuisance. I don't know if you follow any of that. The flat roof side, I don't know if there's an issue there or not, but I'm happy to talk through it and maybe move it a couple weeks and then maybe address the jurisdiction before so we're not listening to any more information if we don't need to. And if we need to, we'll have both sides present and then make a decision, then the board can make a decision. And then that would give us a little more time, to give me a little more time to review things and ensure that either we don't or we do. I don't feel today we do, but I'm happy to look through some of the cases, think through it and analyze the law.
So you can get that to Mr. Desai, Mr. Anthony, in 2 weeks, and whether we need to take further action or take note, or it just stops right now.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that.
All right. Any other questions from the commission on this matter with the state's attorney? All right. Thank you for everyone's time on that.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Commissioner, will we be allowed the 5-minute rebuttal that was planned for in the agenda?
Since there's no action that can be taken right now, I would say no. If there's going to be further conversation on this at a future meeting, then you will have your opportunity to speak at that time.
All right, sir, thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda will be going into the Board of Adjustments. I'm going to let everybody take about a 5-minute break before we enter that. I do want to let the public know that the Oliver conditional use permit variance has been continued at the request of the applicant, so that will not be heard tonight. All right, we'll come back into session. Can I get a motion to go into Board of Adjustments?
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Ray, second by Deb. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're in Board of Adjustments. All right. First item on the agenda for the Board of Adjustments will be a variance for Mr. Robert Law. Pat?
This was in front of the Planning Commission on the 13th of November, and based on findings of fact dated November 13th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of a variance for maximum accessory structure size from 2,000 square feet with 14-foot sidewalls to 12,000 square feet with 20-foot sidewalls, an 80 by 150 structure in a low-density rural residential district in Yankton County. Said property is legally described as the west half of the northwest quarter, north of the highway, Section 10, Township 93, Range 56, hereinafter referred to as Utica South Township, County of Yankton, State of South Dakota. E911 address is 3812 South Dakota Highway 314, Yankton, South Dakota. The Planning Commission reviewed this quite carefully. This is Mr. Law's residence. He's been at this residence since 1960. According to the statements that Mr. Law made, he is a construction contractor with heavy equipment, but also has a large farming operation which requires larger machinery. He currently has several buildings on the property, in which 2 of them, if not 3, I'm going to double check myself, 3 of them are all very large, and they've been there for a long time. The structure that we're talking about will be right in that same campus or vicinity, in that same yard, and it is to hold the farm machinery and the larger contract machinery. The property is rural in character, even though it is zoned on a low density. It is on the border of that low density, and he owns the adjacent property and the different structures that are there, so it will not change the character of the neighborhood. And so with that, and going through the process here, we had no one at the Planning Commission, nor have I heard to date any opposition or pros or cons on this request. I do say that this request does recur frequently, and we do have to look at this in the future for zoning changes because it is a frequent request. But for this entity, he does remain rural in character, and it doesn't change the neighborhood. So with that, any questions for me? Okay.
If there are no questions for Pat from the commission, does the applicant want to speak at all in regards to this, Bob?
Unless I have to.
No, you don't have to. Just always make sure we offer that to you.
It's just to store my machinery is all it is.
Okay. Any public comment for or against the Robert Law, variance? Please approach, state your name. Last call. Seeing none, close public comment. If there's no questions for the applicant or for Pat from the commission, I entertain a motion.
I move approval of the conditional use permit.
It's a variance.
It's a variance.
On the law property.
Based on findings of facts?
Yes.
Got a motion to approve the variance based on findings of facts. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Deb. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Bob. Next item on the agenda is a Jason Clark variance.
Okay, this variance is recommended for approval based on findings of fact on November 13th, 2018, of minimum yard requirement in the rear yard from 20 feet to 5 feet for an accessory structure in a high-density rural residential district in Yankton County. Said property is legally described as Lot 14, Block 3, Riverside Acres, Section 22, Township 93, Range 56. Hereinafter referred to as Utica South Township, County of Yankton, State of South Dakota. E911 address is 116 K Street, Yankton, South Dakota. So as you know, as you can tell by the K Street address, this is in Riverside Acres. And these are long and narrow lots, and so they're difficult to work with our minimum yard requirements. And the hardships that the applicant is showing is that with this narrow lot, he has septic drain fields that he has to work with in the backyard. And so he's placing the shed, it is a regulation size, it is staying under the 800 square feet, but he wants to place it towards the back of the lot. And by the site plan, he has the side yards covered, but he would like the 5 foot off the lot line in that district.
Isn't it true that there's other buildings in the area that
Yes.
have that same setback?
Yes, there's several buildings in the area that have that even prior to zoning and since then. Then you take a look at the septic field, when you take a look at that mapping, you can see it's classic down there, but it's really quite green where the field is. Where the shed is in the back, and so it's evident that that is probably a good location. We don't want to put the accessory structures on a septic field.
Any questions for Pat?
No.
Is Jason here tonight?
Yep, present.
There you are. Do you want to speak at all on your?
I don't have to.
All right. Any, so if the applicant doesn't want to speak, any public comment for or against the variance for Jason Clark? Last call. Close public comment at this time on the Clark variance. If there's no questions from the commission for Pat or for the applicant, I'd entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the variance based on the findings of facts for Jason Clark.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ray, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda is a variance for Paul Ralston. Pat.
This one is a variance recommended for approval by the Planning Commission based on findings of fact November 13th for minimum yard requirement in a side yard. Now, we did advertise it for a bit as being a rear yard, but it's actually the side yard, so making that clear at this point. And it's side yard from 10 feet to 3 feet for an accessory structure in a high-density rural residential district in Yankton County. Said property is Lot 19, Block 1, Timberland Park, of Section 15, Township 93, Range 56. Hereinafter referred to as Utica South Township, County of Yankton, State of South Dakota. E911 address is 104 Forest View Drive, Yankton, South Dakota. So Mr. Ralston has, doesn't have septic tanks in there, but these are even little lots out there. And based on the trees and the site plan that we visited with and where we went with, I was able to get the rear set lot line, but he needed to push it closer to the side lot line. And if you'll take a look in his application, he does have a letter from that neighbor that offered support for this variance and felt that it was a suitable variance and they were fine with it. And they're the neighbor that are directly impacted by this. Again, this is private storage, and with the limited space available in that development, he needed to get the extra 7 feet on that lot line.
How big is the accessory structure?
Let me look here.
The garage or is it a shed?
It's a shed pre-built, kind of like what we see out at Joe Dean's in place, 12 by 16.
Okay.
So it meets the regulation requirements.
And I thought the letter from the neighbors is very positive.
Yep.
Any other questions for Pat? For the commission? Is Mr. Olson here tonight?
Yep.
Do you want to speak, Mr. Olson?
I think I said everything last night.
All right. Any public comment for or against the Ralston variance? Please approach. Last call. Close public comment on the Ralston variance. If there's any questions from the commission for Pat or for the applicant, please state so now. If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move approval of the Ralston variance
Based on findings of fact.
based on findings of fact.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Deb, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next is a variance for Melvin Peterson. Pat?
So this is a variance of minimum lot requirement. Was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission based on findings of fact dated, I have a mistake in there, I got to fix, but it was dated November 13th of 2018, a minimum lot requirement from 20 acres to 6 acres in an agriculture district in Yankton County. Said property is legally described as the southeast quarter of excluding lot R1 of Section 8, Township 95, Range 57, hereinafter referred to as Lesterville Township, County of Yankton, State of South Dakota. E911 address is 29885 430th Avenue, Lesterville, South Dakota. This will be a farmstead plat, and it's within the Melvin's farmstead itself, and so we'll be making another plat that a family member will live in. And then we'll be able to build, then they're going to build a single-family dwelling, and I'm right on that, right? Are we building a home on there? Okay. And then it has all the trees, it has all the farm, it has the buildings appropriately within this plat. I haven't had a chance to specifically talk about it with them, but I do have the agriculture waiver here too, which we have asked for there on that. They do, obviously, they have some livestock and that type of thing in this platting process here, this plat that they're proposing, so.
This is really no different than we've done before, where we break away the farmstead from some of the production property, correct?
Correct. And its family members are staying. Family members are staying.
Are we basically splitting it where the driveway is from one side to the other?
No, it's a little bit more complex than that. We talked about it in the Planning Commission quite a bit too, but when you take a look at the picture itself, my aerial, we are coming down just a little bit on the south of that driveway. We're coming basically on a parallel line down from the shelter belt south of the driveway, and then we're going across and we're going out into pasture a little ways. And then we're coming up along that west side up to the fence line up there where the row crop is, and actually we're going to make that, what are we making, like 4 right angles or 6 right angles in that plat. But they're all right angles, which is what I like to see. And second of all, they do encompass all the trees, and then they wanted to get some of that pasture ground in there.
But didn't take any of the other existing buildings except those, whatever those small things are.
And that's correct, yes, because they have that existing home on the east, and the green roofed is an existing home, and that's the rest of the farm, or the plat, the existing.
Other questions for Pat from the commission? Hearing none, does the applicant want to speak? No. Sounds contagious.
Hope that continues, huh?
Is there any public comment for or against the Peterson variance? If so, please approach. Last call. Close public comment on the Peterson variance. Any questions from the commission? I do think that the ag waiver, we need to stay consistent, should be included in this, is how we've done for the last several years. So. If there's no questions or comments for Pat or for the applicant, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the variance minimum lot requirement, including an agricultural waiver, to establish a farmstead lot for a family member.
Based on findings of fact.
I wasn't done.
Oh.
It was based on the findings of fact.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second it.
Motion is second. Is there discussion?
At least it's right angles, not left turns. We know it ain't NASCAR now.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
This next one is
The conditional use permit and variance for Oliver, as stated, has been continued on the applicant's request. Next item on the agenda is a conditional use permit for Carl Schenk. Pat.
So conditional use permit for, based on findings of fact on November 13th, for conditional use to build a Class C 2,400 head or 960 animal unit pork finish or swine over 55 pounds production barn in an agriculture district in Yankton County. Said property is legally described as the northeast quarter of the northeast quarter of the east 3/4 of the northwest quarter and the north 3/7 of the southeast quarter of the northeast quarter, excluding Gray's Addition, and the north 3/7. Where'd you get a surveyor to do this?
I got it from him, yeah.
This is all new. This 3/7 stuff is something I've never seen before. But anyway, the east 3/4 of the southwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 24, Township 94, Range 55. Hereinafter referred to as Mission Hill North Township, County of Yankton, State of South Dakota. E911 address will be announced, 306th Street, Mission Hill, South Dakota. Planning Commission went over this thoroughly. This will be in order to, he did meet both setbacks, which is the 660 and the 330. The 660 is the property line delineation, the 330 is the right-of-way delineation, and but it required doing the two barns. They equal, they're 1,200 each, but that condensed so the footprint. So therefore, he was able to hit the 330 setback. And with that, in the building permit, everything else has been met. We have all the requirements are there. We meet all the city requirements. We meet the residential setbacks. We have an odor footprint model that we can utilize for monitoring. We have the fields designated, and we have the notification list. And you have the in your packet, plus on the findings here, we have the management and the management plan. And then we have all of the setbacks appropriately, and this will be an injected system. So there will be no surface applying and no irrigation applying. And again, it was all members present voted yea for approval of this permit.
Questions for Pat?
Just to clarify, this is the smallest operation as defined by our ordinance, is it correct?
That requires conditional use permits, Class E.
Okay.
Yes. Goes from Class A to Class F, with Class F being a non-applicable, so there's the Class E.
Oh, excuse me, this would be the second smallest then, wouldn't it?
Yes.
My mistake.
Any other questions for Pat from the commission? Hearing none, does the applicant wish to speak? If so, the applicants will get 10 minutes, and then we'll open it up for public comment, 30 minutes proponent, 30 minutes for opponent, and then another 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you, Commission. My name is Carl Schenk. I am your applicant for the conditional use permit 3335. I think Pat covered most of it. The Planning Commission has done the heavy lifting and the research, and we have reviewed the findings of fact, and we find nothing that we disagree with. It is in an ag district. It does comply with the zoning ordinance map. It complies with the intent of Section 501. It meets Section 503, permitted principal uses and structures, agriculture and farms. As conditional uses go, it is a permitted conditional use for animal feeding operations, and it is the smallest conditional use permit allowed, or the second smallest operation that is delineated by the ordinance. It is not a prohibited operation or use of the property. This facility is two 1,200 head barns. We made it more compact, more square than a rectangle to try to increase our distance from the nearest residence. That was the reason for the two barns versus one. I have spoken to the grants after the planning and zoning meeting, and I had told them, as long as it doesn't interfere with my pivots towards the east or across the road from their property, I am happy to plant additional trees. Anderson Nursery, north of Sioux Falls, I have been in contact with and have already gotten a semi-load of spruce trees. Meyer spruce tend to have less troubles right now than the Black Hill spruce and the Colorados, so we're trying to put those in. As you all know, the ash trees, which grow very well here, are having some issues, so we're avoiding those. But happy to plant as many trees as is reasonable. If anybody's familiar with my operation, I've probably planted more trees than anybody in the county. So anyways, I think we have met all the requirements for the CUP. The vote out of planning and zoning was unanimous. And if there's any questions of me, I will take those questions of you. I know we're short on time and running late, so I will try to keep it brief.
The original, you had applied for a variance, but you've taken the variance out because you put the two buildings on.
Correct. I've asked for the no variance. I don't need the variance. I was simply trying to move it away from the nearest neighbor, but some people in the opposition wanted to beat that into the ground. So if we don't want to be good neighbors and move things away when we can, an unintended consequence of the ordinance, unfortunately, is that 330 feet from the road right away. I understand why the previous commission wanted to do it. They wanted to make it as difficult as possible for any of these to be cited. We have followed the rules, but unfortunately, when you can sit down and say, you know, let's move it 180 feet from the nearest person, and you get browbeat for doing it, you tend to shy away from it. I would like, when the new commission is seated, I may come forward and ask for this to be moved, but I thought it was far better to ask for it without the variance today. I don't need the variance.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? My only question, Carl, you talked about if it doesn't go into pivots, have you looked at the site and how the pivots lie to put the trees in?
There's an acreage, which is Gray's Addition, that is in the southeast corner, and my pivot misses that acreage. So I know there's a arching circle in which I can plant trees that might guard the Grants property somewhat. But given the windrows and things, in the summertime, the wind's predominantly coming from the south or the southeast. I think the Grants and the Teasons will have minimal effect just due to the prevailing winds. It's going to push it to the northwest. And wintertime is not nearly the concern it is in the summertime with the temperature and the humidity.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Anything else that you'd like to add, Carl?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll open up the floor for public comments. We'll start with the proponents. If you are in favor of the Schenck conditional use permit, please approach. Like I said, we'll have 30 minutes for pro, 30 minutes for con on these conditional use permits. So if anyone speak in favor of the Schenck conditional use permit, please approach the podium and state your name. Any other last call for proponents? Okay, we'll close that part of the public comment. Now anyone in opposition of the Schenck conditional use permit, please approach the podium and state your name.
Good evening. My address is 3902 Whiting Drive, and my name is Nancy Teachout. You know, Yankton County is at a tipping point, and you are in a position to make a big difference for the rest of our lives here in Yankton County. I've spent a lot of time here since all of this began, and a lot of late nights with all of you. And during that time, I've learned a lot, things I wish I had learned before. When I attended the July 5th of 17 meeting, there was a presentation by the South Dakota Transportation Commission, which I found fearful and enlightening. And they stated that almost 50% of our Yankton County roads are in poor to failing conditions. And I think we have seen that just to continue to progress over the year plus. We also learned that many of our roads have an inadequate base for the size of our current equipment and trucks that go on them. And this is a big challenge. I see this as a taxpayer and as a person that wants a safe road to drive on. This is not going to go away. You have a huge challenge, which I respect. You have a challenge to find that money to repair our roads with only 16% of that tax dollar going towards roads. I appreciate the work you're doing and everything you're trying to do it. But I ask you to please check your facts. There is a fact that was published by the Yankton Chamber of Commerce that said that over $140,000 comes to us through our tourism, and that comes to us in state and local taxes each year. The facts that I have in question that I would like to see, I've read the big full-page ads about all the tax money that will be brought in by our industrial farming through veterinary bills, the taxation of veterinary services, and the taxation of drugs dispensed by veterinarians. But this is our family business, and I have contacted all of the veterinarians in Yankton County, none of whom have done or have any relationship to be servicing these new barns. So where will that proposed tax money come from? I have contacted the salespeople that sell the medications and nutrients. They have no contract, nor do they see it. I have been told that the majority of these services will all be provided from out of state. I also have a concern that there was money to be brought in through the sales of concrete, building materials, and the taxes that would be paid by our construction companies. But I don't see that any of those are proposed to be from Yankton County either. So I challenge you to please check these facts, because we are going to be having to weigh the benefits to the people building the facilities, and what is going to happen to negatively affect many of us that live close to us. So please, weigh carefully the costs, the benefits. The cost is the damage to our roadways. I was told when I was listening here that an average barn will bring in between $500 and $1,000 in tax income to the county. We know every dollar is precious, but that means they will provide $80 to $160 annually to the roads. What about the damage to the roads from that repetitive hauling and the very large size of the vehicles that will be hauling? I'm also very concerned about the environment. We have talked endlessly about what happens to our air and our water. And I'm still hoping, if we go forward with these, that there will be performance bonds. What happens if there's a spill into the Jim River? The Jim River is my border on the north and the east. What happens if there's a spill? Who will take care of that? Who will protect the environment? Who will protect the landowners? And I'm also very concerned about the reduction of my neighbor's property value and my own personal property value. Yankton County is a good place to live right now. It's going to be your decision that makes it a good place to live or a great place to live. I ask you to please consider the rights of the many and the benefits your decisions will bring forth. It's always been my goal to leave the world a better place, and that's why I speak to you tonight. I hope you will make a good decision and weigh carefully the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in opposition to the Shank permit? Please approach.
Kerry Carden, 157 Hideaway Drive.
Will you spell your last name for the record, please?
C-A-R-D-E-N.
Thank you, sir.
You didn't have a category of neutral? Okay.
I think I need to add that because this is the second meeting we've had a neutral, so.
Yeah, okay. I have some ag concerns in general growing up on the farm and the way some of the things are being handled by the country. But in this instance, I would just ask Mr. Shank, he's going to do some odor abatement to the south, right? Southeast. Southeast, okay. To the west, because I drove it the other day, it's about a quarter mile to Road 444? Okay.
Mile and a half to 444, Walshtown Road.
To 444?
That'd be Walshtown, correct?
446.
You've got another one then east of there?
We're talking about this one. This one's a mile and a half from Walshtown Road.
Okay. Well, then I won't speak to that other one because I haven't been looked at it. I was going to speak to the one that's, what'd you say, east or west of there?
Tonight is a mile and a half.
Okay.
East of 444.
Well, this will be real quick then. Just in general, the wind blows 4 directions, or and for those who are in that path, sometimes that direction hits 3 times. And so I would appreciate that when you do your work that you consider how your odor footprint may sound good for one direction, but when where it could be 3 directions, it's not so hot. So for any of the people that are building these hog barns, consider that. And do some more especially with the trees. And with your one on 444, consider, I know it, because I'm done.
Okay.
All right.
Lots of trees.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else want to speak in opposition or neutral to the Shank conditional use permit? Please approach.
My name is Michelle Adams. I live at 44521 306th Street. I am opposed to this hog confinement. This will be a quarter of a mile from my home where I have done daycare for the last 16 years and foster care for the last 10. There will also be another hog confinement located 3/4 of a mile away from my home. I am opposed to this, but would ask if you're going to pass this to require biofilters to help protect my family and my daycare business. I love doing daycare, and I do not want to lose my business. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other ones?
My name is Carmen Teason, and my husband Dwayne and I live at 30627 446th Avenue in Mission Hill. And I want to just put on record that we have a well that is 144 feet deep, and it is our only water source for drinking water. We are worried about infiltration, and we have a water purifier, but it will not filter bacteria. So that's our concern too. And then also, as far as trees goes, yeah, I hope that you'll plant more trees that will help protect our end too. That would help a lot. Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's all I have.
Can you give me your address one more time, please?
Okay, 30627 446th Avenue, Mission Hill.
Thank you.
About a quarter of a mile from where the cave will be, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other opposition, please approach.
Hi, my name's Christy Schultz,
Since this is a conditional use permit, this board has the right to place conditions upon it, and I would ask that the following conditions be added to this conditional use permit. I would like to have a performance bond. We require that of cell towers, which do not have an adverse effect on the environment. I would ask for a road maintenance agreement. It's required of gravel pits and other trucking businesses. We've required this of them, and I would ask that this be required of this applicant as well, since it will substantially increase the truck traffic. I would ask that they build an enclosed barn with properly installed and maintained biofilters. Even if it's not an enclosed barn, I would request biofilters be used. Biofilters can reduce harmful emissions by over 90% when maintained properly. A buffer strip, he's already addressed this, of evergreen trees. We appreciate that. I would ask that electrostatic fences be used to capture both toxic and particulate matter. I would ask that feed and manure pit additives be used to reduce odor. I would ask for mandatory air monitoring for hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and methane, all toxic gases that are caused by hog operations. I would ask that an effective means of insect elimination or control be used. Vectors can carry diseases for miles. I would ask that groundwater monitoring be used to detect pollution from an unknown or undetectable leak in the manure pit. I would ask that semi-annual soil testing be done of the manure application sites to a depth of 4 feet to detect potential pollution of shallow aquifers and neighboring wells. We already have a concern from a neighbor who has a very shallow well at 124 feet.
140, I believe.
140? Okay, thank you, I stand corrected. Berms of correct material, height, and location to contain the results of a catastrophic breach in the manure pit. Recent flooding makes the need for this clear. Extra notification for manure application and for affected residents to know what to expect and when. A minimum of 50-foot grass buffer strip on all sides of the manure application field. Senate Bill 66, approved by Governor Dugard, recommends grass buffer strips to improve water quality near lakes, rivers, streams, and wetlands. I would ask that no manure application be done in winter when the ground is frozen to prevent spring runoff. I would ask that no manure application be done on slopes greater than 10%, also to prevent runoff. I would request that post-application soil testing be done to detect over-application of nitrogen or phosphorus, and an annual facility inspection by South Dakota DENR because the applicant has no previous experience with large-scale feeding operations. And I would also request that mandatory state CAFO training because the applicant, again, has no previous experience with large-scale feeding operations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Still have some time yet. If there's anyone to speak in opposition, please approach. Last call. All right, we'll close public comment at this time. And we'll allow 10 minutes for the applicant for rebuttal.
Thank you, Commission. Once again, my name is Carl Schenk, Mission Hill, South Dakota. Real quickly to Nancy Teachout's concerns about the roads. One hog truck is the same as one grain truck. A pound of feathers weighs the same as a pound of lead. We're not going to overload the trucks. Doesn't happen. Truckers don't want to do it. The firms don't want to do it. A load of corn weighs just as much as a load of hogs. So if we want to go down that road, it's a slippery slope. Anyways, tax revenues are just the beginning. If people here have an opportunity to travel to more livestock-intense counties, you're going to see that the revenue from a barn, let's call it between $3,000 and $4,000, is just the beginning. That's nothing. That's peanuts compared to what happens in these communities that have more livestock facilities. Their schools are strong, their downtowns are strong. and their farms are half our size. So the tax revenue is just the beginning. It's the tip of the iceberg. Teasons are about 2,300 feet away. We have quite a bit of clay in this area. Where my well is, or my barn will be up on top of the hill, there is a great amount of clay going down, and as you get down to the bottom of the hill, typically those clays are deeper because they're not eroded. So I do not think we're going to have an issue there. Anyways, I keep hearing this argument about this being a conditional use. If you go through the ordinance in section 519, and you go through the findings of fact from the Planning Commission of a few weeks ago, you're going to find close to 30 requirements. Maybe they're not called conditions, but they are requirements that any CAFO operator is going to have to follow. Nearly 30 requirements. You will do this, you will do that. So even though you as a commission are not imposing these conditions per se, creating them of your own creation, your own imagination, the ordinance has contemplated those. Nearly 30 requirements are on these. No different from the previous ones you have approved. Don't call them conditions, it's a game of semantics. But they are requirements for anybody who operates them. So don't be fooled. There are many conditions on these applications. Any questions for me?
Carl, have you looked at, I've gotten the numbers on these barns and property taxes. Essentially, do you know what you're paying on property taxes on the 3 acres for this now?
I pay about $30 an acre across my entire farm.
And this site will take up how many acres?
Less than 2 of where the barn occupies.
And then if you heard or if you looked into what the property taxes on the barns will cost, ballpark, have you gotten that number?
Annually, I have budgeted about $3,600 a year.
So an increase on that property, so that will help offset.
Right, so that 2 acres that used to contribute maybe $60, 80% going to the school district, 20% elsewhere.
50% go to school district.
50%. It's a big increase. Now, each one of these barns consumes about 50 to 60,000 bushels of corn. Now, I can take that corn and ship it to Chancellor. I'm going to drive on your roads to get it to Chancellor. Now, I can leave it in my bins and process it there and bring it to my own facility. So it either goes out on the hoof or it goes out on tires of a semi. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Thank you. Other questions for Carl? Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Any discussion or questions for Pat from the commission? There are none. I entertain a motion on regards to the Shank conditional use permit.
Mr. Chairman, based on the facts and the findings, I move approval of a conditional use permit for Carl Shank.
Second.
The motion is a second. Any discussion?
I have some discussion. Since I'm involved in agriculture, I am an environmentalist.
Ray, 1 second. This is not a place to boon if you're going to hold up signs, we'll ask you to leave. This is a professional setting. Put the signs down or you will be removed.
Sheriff?
Go ahead, Ray. I'll give you one more warning and you'll be removed. Sir, you need to leave now. Rob, what happens if he fails to leave after he's been notified? Is that called trespassing?
Providing notice of what it is.
Is the sheriff here?
I can get him.
Why don't you get him, please? All we're doing is trying to be respectful here, and if you can't respect the rules, we ask you to leave. Thank you. Go ahead, Ray.
I'm going to ask the room, who here in this room knows what pork quality assurance is? Okay, I see 3 hands. 4
back there.
I see some.
I didn't hear it.
Pork quality assurance. How about trucker quality assurance? Who in this room knows what this is? Who in this room knows what a site assessment is? These are all regulations, mandates that pork producers have to follow in order to market their hogs to a slaughterhouse, a harvesting plant. When I hear of best management practices, we're already incorporating them. We have to follow these procedures, which were mandated by packers and customers, the ones we serve by raising our hogs. For me to sit and listen that I need to regulate further a producer isn't right, because we're already providing a safe product through mandates above the public, most of the public's notice. We're out to look out for you, not for ourselves. By providing a safe place to raise our hogs, that means it's safer for me too. When I think back of the confinements of the 1970s and stuff, yeah, you had to wear dust masks in there and stuff like that. There were hazards there. So if there were hazards there for the hogs, there were hazards there for the people. The barns that are being facilitated right now are healthy barns. We're looking out for our environment because we're passing it on to that next generation. An aspect here that perked my curiosity, when I built my 900 head barn 20 years ago, to have a 1,200 head facility, that was industry standard. That is what the farrower batch weaning process, you built to that size to help your farrower batch wean their hogs. When Carl made the statement that he's building 2 barns, 1,200 head, if something were to happen in the industry, Carl's already ahead. Because if they reduce the size, he can still fill them 2 barns with, just like mine, with 1,200 head. There is forward thinking in this process here, in this regard, I see. Because here again, he's looking down the road, he's looking out for his next generation, and he's preparing himself for if something were to happen in the industry, he's back in the ball game again with 2 1,200 head barns.
Thank you, Ray. Any other discussion? No other discussion? Patty, take roll call, please.
Ray?
Yes.
Don?
Yes.
Deb? Yes. Todd?
Yes. Motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda is a conditional use permit for Joshua Johnson. Pat, back there. Here he comes.
You're up. We're on Johnson. We're on the Johnson one.
Are you with Joshua? Okay, I'm gonna put it down now.
What are you looking for?
Did you carry it in there?
Yes. You need this contract.
Okay, so this is for the Joshua Johnson permit. So we finished up with the
Shank is done,
Shank.
we're moving on to Josh Johnson.
Okay, so this is Joshua Johnson, and this is a conditional use permit for a Class C swine operation, feeder, 55 pounds or over. It has been recommended for approval by the Planning Commission based on findings of fact November 13th. And this is the straight conditional use permit. He does not need any variances for setbacks. He meets the setbacks requirements. As you can see in your application, we have also covered the application fields. We've covered all of the setbacks, wells, everything else in there. And we also have the notification list. So everything requested within the conditional use permit has been met. And so the Planning Commission voted to approve or voted to recommend approval of the conditional use permit for Mr. Johnson.
This one's right on his home place.
Yes, it is. Yep. And the property lines, the properties are owned by the same individuals. And so that property line is not valid at that, and he did meet the right-of-way setback. He meets all the resident setbacks, so it has met the requirements of the ordinance.
Any further questions for Pat? From the commission? None? Josh would like to speak on your application?
Unless you got questions for me, I'll stay here.
Well, we'll let you reserve 10 minutes for rebuttal if there's anything that come up, all right? So at this time, at 6:41, we'll open up the podium for people in support of the Josh Johnson conditional use permit for a Class E barn. If so, please approach and state your name.
Louis Johnson, Volin, South Dakota. Live a mile east of him. He's my son. I see it as a way to keep the farm operational and profitable in the future. I have a nursery at my place, and I personally am welcoming all the grandchildren anytime that they want to come in and help, because that's their future. And if things work out the way we have it planned, it should pay for their educations when they reach that age. I think it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Fring, 44877 305th Street. I've been familiar with this family and this farm where they're putting it on for at least 65 years. It's been taken care of. Things, his grandfather put an early drying bin, grain system, had silos for cattle feeding with the unloaders and everything like that. And he has they did a good job. And they're trying to keep it in the family with the future. And I think it's very important that we as a community help the young people in our community. Help them wherever we can. They're trying. He's put in time serving his country very well. He wants to come back and serve his family now. And he's got a couple young sons that I think that he's hoping maybe will be able to carry on. And I think it's very important that as good neighbors, we help with the young people in this community and helping them stay on the farm because there is a limited amount of land. It's been generations. Livestock was what you added value to the crops. It's an opportunity now with the lower grain prices and the fiasco that's going on with that. that we need to add value to the crops. And Ray has been doing it. There's a few more people who have, but it's good time for young people to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other support in regards to the Josh Johnson conditional use permit?
My name is Carl Schenk, Mission Hill, South Dakota. I've often heard a saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words. If I may, pass this to the board. This is a picture of Josh's son and the barn and the pigs. In my opinion, both look happy and healthy. Make your own opinion.
Carl, I'll ask you to show that to the room as well. Let you hand your phone around. I don't think I'll hand it out.
That is fine. Young guys and clean and happy pigs. Doesn't get any more rural or farm than this. Nice and cool. Nice and happy. You smile.
Any other support for the Josh Johnson conditional use permit? Please approach.
John Gunderson, 29875 443rd Avenue, Irene, South Dakota. I got a phone call Sunday morning. Louis said he'd fallen and he couldn't get up. He was out in the hog barn. And I said, "What do you mean you've fallen and you couldn't get up?" "Yeah," he said, "I fell into my easy chair out here," and he said, "I'm just not going to get up." He said, "I can't hear." That's probably just as well. And I said, "Well, what are you doing out in the hog barn?" He goes, "This is the most relaxing place I've been in years." He said, "It's quiet, it's warm, the little pigs are grunting, and everybody's eating." And he said, "The only problem I've got is Josh gets out here and gets chores done before I do." And so if he's going to put up another barn, I think we should support him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other proponents of the Josh Johnson conditional use permit? Please approach.
Bud Gusted, Mission Hill, South Dakota. We've been neighbors with the Johnsons for back to 1900, our family. And they've been good neighbors. We've worked together, helped each other out, and I want to see it go in.
Thank you. Any other support for the Josh Johnson conditional use permit? Last call. All right, we'll close the proponents' public comment, and we'll open up at this time for opposition of the Josh Johnson conditional use permit. Please approach. Last call. All right, we'll close the public comment portion at this time. Open up, allow the applicant, if so, would like, you have rebuttal, would you want to utilize that?
I don't need anything out of it.
Okay. I will open up to questions from the commission in regards to the Johnson conditional use permit. If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the conditional use permit for Craig Johnson.
No, this is Joshua.
Oh, excuse me.
Joshua.
Joshua Johnson. Jumping ahead there, Mr. Chairman.
Based on findings of facts?
Based on findings of fact. Based on the fact that he's met all the requirements of 519.
The motion on the table.
Second that.
There's a second. Discussion?
I'm going to chime in again. That picture is priceless. I still have the picture of my son sitting in the pen with the pigs. And 20 years later, 2 weeks from now, when we start loading out hogs, he asked me this morning if he can help again. It does something with family and future. When statements are made that it's only a few dollars of taxation, when I can cut my fertility bill by $200 and go to implement dealer and put that $200 against another piece of equipment, goes far deeper than just property taxation. Because somebody's working at that implement ship who's going to service that tractor when I don't know how to work on that blasted computer on it. The roll-down effect of agricultural progression is generational for the family, but it's also generational for the people who work at the implement ships, who work at dealerships, who work at banks, who work any number of places. You need chores, because by our youth doing chores, somebody else has a job, which is a chore, which provides. I'm in full support of future generation farming.
Any other discussion? Patty, take roll call, please.
Deb? Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Don?
Yes.
Todd?
Yes. Motion carries. All right. Pat, the next item is conditional use permit for Craig Johnson. That one we don't need to proceed with, is that my understanding? You want to just state that for the
So
record?
Craig Johnson was pursuing a conditional use permit on a Class F, and since that time, the court case has been settled. And for Craig Johnson's, it was determined that he may move forward with his permit.
His building permit.
And so he may move forward with not only his building permit, but also the use of his building. He has a Class F operation that did not need a conditional use permit.
Okay.
And so we do not have to cover that in this point because it's already been determined by the court system. It is a legal operation, and now we have put pigs in there, and it is progressing forward, and it is filed as a completed permit.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is 17, J. Cutts, conditional use permit.
Okay, we've had a lot of interesting conversation out in the community about this. And so I'd like a site plan to show this. I will try and do my best. I know everything could be expanded. We will focus into it as we get closer. This is the J. Cutts permit, in which is recommended by the Planning Commission to recommend a conditional use permit based on findings of fact dated November 13, 2018. To build or operate a Class F 2400 or 240 animal unit swine under 55 pounds nursery barn in an agricultural district in Yankton County. Said property is legally described as the west half of the northwest quarter except Lot 1, Block 1 of Hanson Addition, Section 3, Township 94, Range 55. Hereinafter referred to as Mission Hill North Township, County of Yankton, State of South Dakota. E911 address is to be announced 303rd Street, Mission Hill, South Dakota. The site plan on this facility requires that, this is a Class F, so it requires that I have 75-foot setbacks from all lot lines. And for this particular site here, this is a lot line where the yellow line is up there by 303rd, and we're at 17 or 75 plus or 75.12 feet from there. The lot line for the neighboring farmstead, which is this one, is right here. And
It's on the west edge of the trees. The lot line.
the lot line's over here?
Yep, lot line
Okay.
on the west edge of the trees.
So we're 75.7 feet away from that lot line, which is running here. We are 214 feet away from the house. So we are not 75 feet from someone's kitchen window. We are 214 feet away from the house. We do have a strip of trees here existing, but the requirement for a Class F is 75 feet from the lot line and 75 feet from the lot line. And this requirement is being met. There are no other requirements on this. We are going through a conditional use permit because we were in a court case, and I had two applicants that said, let's go ahead and go through this permitting process. But we still, as a county, and I still, as a zoning administrator, view this as not being applicable. It says Class Fs are not applicable, but we are in the midst of this, and so we will present this, and we will get a conditional use based on the fact that we were waiting on court cases. This is a nursery barn. It has 240 animal units. There's no other requirements, none. We have I wanted Jay to work out this site plan a little bit more so that we could see where these barns were in coordination with the houses. And as you can clearly see, these houses are more than 75 feet away from the barn. And so I hope we can put that rumor to rest, and that the setbacks are lot line setbacks. And the setbacks are required of any building in the agriculture district. All buildings in the agriculture district have a minimum setback of 75 feet. There's access. The access is 303rd. The lighting will be downcast. Beyond that, I have looking through here to see what we're looking at. We have the site plan. It's number 3 and number 4A that shows us everything that is looking for that. And this is an agriculture district, and the intent of an agriculture district is agriculture production. And again, I can't emphasize, it's a Class F, and it's a nursery barn.
Where does the road come in?
It'll come right off of 303rd. It'll come right here.
So it's a hard surface road.
It's a hard surface road. It's 303rd. That's the Johnson Bridge Road. And I will back up a bit so you can see, but we're planning on making the entrance off of 303rd is the applicant, which you can ask the applicant too, but we're going to bring that entrance in. I'm sorry, let me back up. There. It's going to come in right here. And this, I'm right on this J right in here.
And what side of the building will it load out?
On the north side.
North side.
Yep.
Thank you.
And the site plan for the building is in your application. And not only the site plan, but the building itself too, and how the setup is. Any questions for me?
So Pat, you're saying this is no different than what Louis Johnson has, and it's the same building.
Yep.
And the only condition we're seeing here is the 75 feet property line setbacks?
Correct.
That's the only condition? So my other question would be, if our Class F facilities are not required for zoning, why are we going forward with this?
We started this because we were still in the court case. And as we were still in the court cases, we felt that these producers felt that it was best for them in a production standpoint to go both routes. And so while they were in the court case, they felt they would like to go ahead and bring these barns forth on the conditional use permit because we did not have a determination by the judge at that time. Now, we've had a determination from the judge. They have made some decisions since then, but these two permits are moving forward because we were in the process and we just got the judgment here about a little over a week ago.
What happens if this wasn't a nursery barn, say this was a monoslope cattle feed yard with 200 cows? What's the requirements on that?
I would give the permit as an administrative permit because it's a Class F, and underneath the Class F, as you go through the ordinance, the Class F is a non-applicable class. It says not applicable.
So they could put 200 cows on a monoslope barn, 75 feet from the property line.
Correct.
And it's no different than a 2,400 head nursery hog barn in regards to animal units.
Correct. Just 40 animal units more. The hog barn is only 40 animal units more. We could put 240 cows in there and match the animal units and would still have the same setup, 75 feet from the lot line.
Are there cattle on this farm that we're looking at right there?
No, no. That's Mr. Nodes, and that's various animals that are on there, on his lot. The one to the east?
No, what's the...
That's a
is that
slough.
just a shadow?
That's a slough.
Oh.
An existing slough.
Any other questions for Pat from the commission?
I'll emphasize one more time, the applicants discussed this quite a bit with me, and they said, should we drop this? Should we not go through this? And I felt that we're already in the water. So let's just move forward with this. Let's be done. Let's be transparent. Let's show what we're doing, and we'll move forward with the next applications. We'll just move on with the next one. So that's why we're in front of this commission now.
Any other questions for Pat in regards to the J. Cutts conditional use permit for a Class F nursery barn? This time we'll let the applicant give them 10 minutes to present their case.
Hello, I'm Jay Cutts. We live at 44681 309th Street, Mission Hill. In researching where to put a nursery, I look at a lot of long-term things. That's why this is next to an oil road, and for ease of access. The nursery barn, like I said, is a nursery barn. It's 240 animal units. It's a small barn, or with small animals in it.
Does it have curtains?
No, this is a completely enclosed barn. That's, I guess, all I've got to say. If there's any questions for me, I'd sure answer them.
Any questions for Jay from the commission?
Is it tunnel ventilated then?
I don't know exactly what they call it, but yeah, it's an all-enclosed barn. Since it's small pigs, it's kept at like 85 degrees inside, so it's kept rather warm. Yeah, and with the 75 feet between my barn and Mr. Node's trees, I'll more than likely plant another 2 rows of trees in there if I can, just to give it more buffer. And work at it that way. Being northwest of his house, it shouldn't bother in the summertime. That's my hope anyway. So I'll, do what I can to make it work.
Is this a vault?
Yes, it is a vault system, yes.
Jay, how far is your residency from this proposed project?
My residence?
Yes, sir.
10 miles.
So you can be to the facility in a matter of 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And these buildings have this building will have what is called a sensophone in it that gives you a warning if something's
Yes. Yep.
And so you are within an appropriate distance to get to that barn before any hopefully any circumstances prevail.
Correct.
And you will have a backup generator?
Correct.
Any other questions for Jay from the commission? Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Ray, I'm just going to ask you, pull your mic closer so people can hear you. I noticed some people straining to hear. All right, at this time, we'll open up 30 minutes for any proponents of the cuts, Class F nursery barn. If so, please approach and state your name.
I'm Brad Hone with MDS out of Parks in South Dakota. I just thought I'd come up and answer maybe a couple of questions, one particular for Don. This is a nursery barn. It's a power ventilated is what we refer to this as. Or a lot of discussion with this commission's been about finisher barns. This is a nursery barn, so it's what we refer to as a power ventilated. A tunnel ventilation is another form of finisher ventilation. Ray, you adjust the safety factors about the generator and so forth. I guess not a lot to say. I just wanted to share one story about a nursery facility. We're talking about orders and so forth. We built a nursery, same animal units, I think 2 miles south of Yankton, right along Highway 37. If anybody's gone to Mitchell, you drive right by it. I think perhaps there was for sure 2 turns of animals through that barn, and we were questioned as to why they weren't filling it yet. So just want to let you know that you're talking 2 different, things. Nurseries barns typically are a lot. You got much smaller animals, so you're not dealing with the large footprint that you're feeling with. This barn's 61 wide by 140 feet long. So I'll answer any questions if you guys got any other ones on it or not.
So as I know what barn you're talking about as I drive to Mitchell. It's blue, isn't it?
That's blue and gray, yep.
On the
East side of the road, yep. White vinyl fence in front of it.
So that's completely enclosed. Is that what we would see on this site?
Yeah, it's a slightly different layout. The barn is virtually the same size. That barn's actually slightly bigger, same width, 61 wide, but I think it's 145 or 6 feet long. But you get the same. And so that barn has fans that are exhausting right toward the highway. There's fans on both sides of that barn, but there's a set of the fans that are exhausting right at the highway. And like I said, we were questioned as to why it wasn't being filled yet. Wondered what there was a hole up, but but it's a vault system just like the finishers. 8-foot deep pits, concrete reinforced. So yeah.
I intentionally roll my windows down when I go by that building just to find out.
Ironically, about a mile further east, there sits 3 more finisher barns. Actually, 4 more finisher barns, just another mile east of there. So, okay.
Some south too, aren't there?
South.
Yeah, right on 37.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a much older. That's actually a lagoon facility.
Oh, really?
And of all the trips you'll make past between here and Mitchell, that would be the one facility you would catch a whiff of with the open lagoon system. That's why the captured pits are so much better. It contains a lot of that, makes the nutrient much better, more valuable as well. So.
Is that Booz Miller?
What's that? No. Oh, there's some way south of Parks over by Tripp area. Yeah, you'll run past several of them on Highway 50. Yeah, there's a couple of them right along the highway there as well. That's correct.
We're talking about 3 or 4 different locations right now.
Oh yeah, you're talking, and probably 40 miles in total distance.
Any other questions for Mr. Holland?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents in regards to the cuts?
Dan Bamer, 410 36 268th Street, Dimmock. So just a little bit on the water quality that we've been talking about. I live a mile and a half south of that barn that we're talking about here on Highway 37. There's also 4 barns a mile to the southeast of me, another barn a mile and a quarter to the southeast of me. We drilled a well here 2 years ago, had a Yankton well driller drill that well, sent the water sample into the state. It's perfectly fine for drinking. So I mean, the chances of contamination in this barn, like I said, those barns are 22 years old, and the other one is 21 years old. There's 3 more new barns within 3 miles to the southwest. There's 5 more barns within 5 miles to the west of me. Air quality is fine. I can have a barbecue out on the deck. I don't have any problem getting neighbors there. It doesn't smell. So I think some of the concerns are a little bit over-exaggerated. I mean, I live by them. We've had the water samples. My well's 152 feet deep. There's another neighbor that's a mile to the southeast that drilled one about 200 foot from his hog barn that was put in 1996. Sent the water into the state, perfectly fine for drinking. That well's 150 feet deep. So I think some of the ideas that the water is going to be contaminated and the air is going to be unbearable are a little bit over-exaggerated. So just to comment on some of those things. So otherwise, if there's any other questions.
Will you spell your name for the record for Evan, please?
Boehner.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor?
Seems how you brought it up, Louis Johnson, Ballin, South Dakota. The 75-foot setback, our barn is 196 feet from my house. My wife has got a very sensitive nose. And I asked her the other day after I came in from the hog house, I said, can you smell the pigs? And she goes, if I could, you'd have heard about it by now. It even amazed me that there isn't near the odor I thought there would be. And we're not at capacity yet, but we've got 1,800 head in there. And you shower when you go in, you shower when you come out, and your clothes are hanging up in the outside shower room, and you don't even take the odor with you in your clothes. And I don't think it's going to be, and if anybody wants to stop by my place, call ahead of time and you come stand in my yard and see what you can smell. The only complaint I've heard about odor was the day that we won the court case, and the neighbor lady put it all over Facebook how bad the hog shit stink was. And I thought we didn't have pigs in there yet, so maybe her nose is more sensitive than my wife's even. I don't know. Either that or she smelled with her eyes. But it's not as bad as everybody's making it out to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speak in favor of the Cuts nursery conditional use permit? Please approach. Last call. We will close the proponent side of the Cuts. This time, open up any opposition.
Dale Road, 44317 303rd Street, 214 feet away. Several issues, you know, what is the odor footprint going to be like from my house? What's my saleability going to be? Nobody's going to want to live there that close to it when they're not the owner of those hogs. Nobody's even asked me what animals I raise. How do you know I don't have hogs? And then they're in the shelter belt there. Has anybody asked me that? Jay, have you asked me that? Nope. Unless maybe your boys know that from coming on my place this summer and shutting off my water. I do own hogs, so I decided to grow a beard since everybody with hogs grows a beard. Sorry, Carl, you don't have one. You know, we're here, and not once has he ever talked to me in person. Not once has he ever discussed this with me. We've never had words about bad words, so I don't understand where all this animosity comes from, that you'd put it 75 feet from your property line. Not only that the roads are already bad on that, I grant it that. He's got 71 acres there, he can put it there. It could be half a mile from my house. He's worried about the county's roads because he doesn't want to put it on the gravel. Well, the blacktop is just as bad from running all the gravel trucks on it. So it's not much better. So what about the dead pigs? What about the vectors? They're all going to come to my place. I've got food for my animals. They're going to come to my place. So I think that we really need to think about this. I think that you're setting a precedent here. This isn't a precedent you should be setting. It should be something that you should be thinking about hard and saying, this is not what our county wants. He lives 10 miles away. It's not going to affect him, other than he has to come there if the power goes out. Would you want it 75 feet from you?
You all right?
You buy my place, I'll take yours. I know where you live.
I imagine you do.
I do. Would you live there?
If I lived in an ag district, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
You don't live in an ag district, do you?
I lived on a farm my entire growing up.
But you still wouldn't live by one because you chose to do that.
I don't live in an ag district, but if I did, I wouldn't have an objection to it.
Okay. How about you, Deb?
I grew up on a farm as well. I mean.
I understand that.
And it-
But you're very controlling of where you live, right?
What?
Somebody can't paint their color wrong, or, oh, you're right there.
There's an option to where I wanted to live.
Right. Ray?
I'd live there in a heartbeat.
Okay. Talking to my brother in Iowa, they don't even do this. If they do this, the company buys the property out for the market value before they build, because otherwise that ruins the property value. It really does. And people don't understand that, but it does. I just think that you really need to think about the condition of our roads, the dead pigs, the vectors, the biosecurities for my hogs, and how this is going to affect people. I know all these people have been here all this time talking about what the effects it's going to be on them and our county, and nobody's listening, because our county is not going to be what everybody comes to anymore. The reason they come here is to go out to the lake, and they don't want to smell ethanol plants. They don't want to smell hog barns, because that's where they come from, to come here to get away from. So we need to rethink this. I'm sorry for talking about this, but it's passion for me. You know, it's my place.
How many hogs are you raising?
Pasture hogs. I have 5.
5?
Yep.
Do you have other animals?
Yep. I have a cow that I use. All of my meat is I do for myself, and I butcher myself. I raise chickens, I have eggs, I have goats, I have sheep, I have donkeys.
You said before you had rabbits, you told
Yep,
us.
I have rabbits too. Yep. All of that will affect some of them.
Yeah.
It really will. And I just hope that you guys can see this.
So this is a completely enclosed barn.
What?
This is a completely enclosed barn.
I know, but there's still odors that come off it, and there's still biosecurity issues. It can be. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opposition, please approach.
My name is Rocky Schultz, 30445 Southwest Jim River Road. I'm going to show my picture because you let him show his picture. I could show you pictures of my grandchildren and of my children. I'm trying to save Yankton County. You guys lost the election, but this is going to be your legacy if you pollute Yankton County. You got to say shit on the microphone? Shit stinks. That's just the way it is. You also admitted.
Please.
He also admitted that he showers before he goes into the house. Him showering off so he smells better, that's nice for his wife, but what about the rest of us? The rest of us that get to smell his barn all the time. Those barns you talked about that were east of Highway 37, the prevailing winds here in South Dakota are west and northwest. We have the occasional south wind, we have the occasional east wind. But the reason you don't smell those barns is because the wind is blowing from the west going east. That's why you don't smell those barns, because it does stink. Pigs stink. Nobody's going to change that. I know you've already made up your mind here, and I know why you're doing it. You asked me to respect you. That's very hard to do when I know the reason you're doing this, all of you are doing this, is just to get this pushed through before your term is up. So, people, not pigs.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition, please approach.
Hi, I'm Christy Schultz. I live with that guy. So, same address. I want you to put it in perspective how far 75 feet is. We measured the outside of the building. 75 feet is from the wall behind you to the ladies' bathroom. That's how close this is to his property line. I would ask that you consider the property rights of the neighbors and everyone that lives around this place who are a couple miles, because that is how far vectors can fly. And that's how far they can spread disease. Even the Pork Council recommends that there be hog confinements no closer than 1 mile from one another. And it's not to protect the people, it's to protect the hogs from biohazards, from contracting diseases from barn to barn. Now, don't people deserve as much consideration as the hogs? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in opposition, please approach.
My name is Kathy Hansen. I live at 4402 Hillside Drive, right below Mr. Kettering. And I just want to say, I can't believe you guys are going ahead with this, and I don't know why you are. I think that the election should speak to the feeling of the public, which don't get to vote at these. Just because they don't come doesn't mean that they aren't concerned about the environmental effects. Gosh, I lived in Sioux City one summer, and I worked at a IBP. So I do know a little bit about how this works. And I'm just thinking, what about the pigs, these little pigs? What if the farm goes down? What happens to all the waste then? Who's going to clean that up? There's no conditions for that. It's just, I just can't believe you're still thinking of going ahead with this, especially somebody that lives so close to this facility. It just depends on what day you drive by them. I drive by them all the time. Most of the time, they smell very bad. But that you don't give consideration to the rest of the county, just what you want to do, I really think you need to rethink this. I think you're making a big mistake. Why go down with that legacy?
Thank you. Any other opposition, please approach. Last call. All right, we'll close public comment at this time. Allow the applicant for 10 minutes for rebuttal.
I talked to a lot of my peers, and I'm going to guess my peers in my farming community, I guess. My neighbors that also farm the same as I do, or like I do. The discussion I had with them is We get these letters in the mail from the Drainage Commission or the Planning Commission all the time, and I said to them, I said, okay, if you guys got a letter from me and you didn't like what it said, what would you do? Would you come and complain before the county commissioner, or would you come talk to me? And of the dozen people or so that I talked to, they all said, well, we'd come straighten it out with you first, before we even complained to anybody else. And I said, that's probably the best thing, so if we do have an issue, we can work it out together before it comes before the Planning Commission or the county commissioner. And I wish in all these situations that if people had issues with any letter that they get from any planning commission or zoning board or the Board of Adjustment, to go talk to their neighbor, and if they have an issue, find out why they're doing it, what for, and if we need to change something, we could adjust it. Sent a letter to Mr. Node, and I'll say the same thing. He never once contacted me, never once tried to contact me that I know of to discuss it or anything else. The reason I put it there is a long-term thing. I've lived up there in that community, about a half a mile away from this site for approximately 4 years. I know what that gravel road is like to push snow on when in the wintertime, and I know what it's like in the springtime. It's not exactly the best road, and it would need a lot of work to handle the truck traffic during those times. That's why I'm looking at that site. Anything else? I just feel it's the best site to have it in the sites that I can put it under a conditional use permit. And that's about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're on this side of the section. Could it be on the other side of the property on to the west? And if not, why? So if you're this is the east side?
Yeah, well, my property goes to the gravel road to the east. It's about approximately a eighth of a mile further to the west. To the west. It could go further west. It would be in a low spot if it went further west. This is basically even with the road type situation.
Other questions for Jay from the commission?
Thank you.
Any questions for the commission and for Pat in regards to the conditional use permit for cuts? Any other just discussion? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Based on facts and findings, I move to approve the J Cuts conditional use permit.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Second? Any discussion?
Well, the only discussion that I would like to add to it is I don't think anybody tonight has talked about the ordinance. This is really following the ordinance and what's legal. It's not, it's what the rights are of the property owner.
Well, actually, this is even more than the ordinance requires, a CUP for this, for Class F. So,
the 75 feet seems close. You got to bear in fact, though, that grove right there is going to eliminate, I'm not a scientist, but that's going to eliminate a huge amount of odor. I stepped off my finishing, this is a nursery. We need to keep that in mind. This is a nursery. I stepped off my finishing unit from my front porch. And my finishing unit is basically 185 feet from my house. I have no buffer in there. I asked my wife, how many times a year do you smell, when you open it, roughly, do you smell the barn? She said I might smell it 10 to 12 times a year. I said on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being putrid, what's the odor level? Now you gotta remember, these are people talking, we're not scientists, we're people. She said probably 6 at the most on a scale of 1 to 10. I have no buffer in between. I believe with our modern agriculture practices, the pathogen issues, I can hear Mr. Node's concern about the outside pigs. It goes both ways with this deal too, though. Mr. Cutts is under full recognition that something from Mr. Node's pigs may transpass onto his, and he's willing to deal with that aspect. Those of us still in the animal husbandry industry know we have to do and exceed, we have to perform above and beyond because of the issues that we keep hearing from the public. I can guarantee that, I will guarantee that Mr. Cutts will be highly conscientious of what is happening with his facility there. These ain't pennies he's investing. And it isn't just for 5 years. This is long term. And as we move forward, because that's what society, that's what people do, they move, things will get better. He's got young boys coming up that are going to run those computers and what have you in that barn. We are not out to destroy, we are out to help and nourish through these aspects. 75 feet on a nursery unit can and will be, we have one already in production, can and will be maintained and be healthy.
Any other discussion? You know, these are a case-by-case basis, and with this is a completely enclosed barn, with it being a completely enclosed barn and not a curtain barn, and the applicant is actually going above and beyond what he needs to do because he doesn't have to apply for a conditional use permit in this case. Plus, with the established trees, it all factors to weigh on these decisions. Any other discussion?
My only comment, I guess, is I would still encourage the two parties involved to sit back and discuss if there's an option to make it a better location, to look at it and discuss it, at least talk.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Patty.
Ray?
Yes.
Don?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the conditional use permit for Frank Cutts. Pat.
Planning Commission recommended approval based on findings of fact dated November 13th to build, operate a Class F 2,400 head or 240 animal unit pork swine under 55 pounds nursery barn in an ag district in Yankton County. Said property is legally described as the northeast quarter except Tract B of Section 30, Township 94, Range 54. Hereinafter referred to as Vollen Township, County of Yankton, State of South Dakota. E911 address is to be announced, 447th Avenue, Mission Hill, South Dakota. This particular barn here also has the same situation. This is a 75-foot setback from lot lines, and the lot lines that we're referring to are right in this area here, in which, as I come up closer on it, we are expecting this property, the barn will be 75 feet from this property line. This is a farmstead property line, and it will be 75 feet from the right-of-way. The barn is sitting here. The barn is 800.7 feet away from this residence, so it is not next to a residence. It is 807 feet away from that one, and it is 879, almost 880 feet away from this residence. This residence here would be the one to the south. And so, and I want to emphasize this residence down here also, as I get over there, give me a second, also has almost 150 feet before it even gets to the lot line. So there is a pretty good size, and I've always admired it, a very good sized tree belt right there. So from this house, it's 150 feet to the lot line with this large shelter belt, and the total distance is 880 feet. So the 75-foot is off of this right-of-way and is off of that individual's lot line, but we're still 800 feet away from that house, and we're 880 feet away from that house, and all other houses are even further away. So with that being said, it is not 75 feet from someone's kitchen window. I want to make that clear. That's not how that works. Second of all, it is a nursery barn. We've discussed it. The ingress egress will come off of 447th. It's a front end barn load, so it'll load off of that west or the east side.
East or the north?
Other pieces that we have in there is that, for instance, on any of that night sky and noise and glare and things, it will have the downcast lighting, and that we do expect the barn will have animal disposable areas when they're required, and it will be proper maintenance. Beyond that, our conditions are what they are underneath our findings, and I want to emphasize again, the 75 feet is from lot lines, not from people's kitchen windows. I'm sorry that I have to emphasize that so much, but it was pushed out there an awful lot over the last few weeks, and this is the truth. There's the fact. Any comments or questions for me?
So the conditions on this one as well is just from the property line?
Correct.
That's the only reason for this conditional use permit?
It's just a property line setback, and really, basically the way I wrote it on the application is that the CUP requirement as interpretation by the judicial branch. Pending litigation regarding judicial interpretation. The judicial interpretation came back conclusive with Craig Johnson's because we were late. It was a late, what do you want to call it, appeal. But they did not rule on other ones, but according to our zoning ordinance and as we read it, Class F is not applicable, and it shouldn't have to go through the conditional use permit because it's not applicable. But we went through this process with these gentlemen because we were still in the court case. And they would like to continue moving forward.
Class F is any livestock, not just hogs.
It's any livestock.
Chicken, horses.
It's a good question too, Todd, because there is nothing in my zoning ordinance that can make us distinguish and say we would allow we would allow beef to be there, but not swine. There is nothing. We cannot. That is not in the ordinance. The ordinance does not distinguish between species. it gives animal units. It's entirely based on the animal units. And when we put in a 240 animal unit barn, it's a Class F. If we head down that trail, and we do have to start doing conditional use for every one of these, then there will be an awful lot of people having to come forth. Because I have been doing this for 11 years, and we didn't do it for the 2 years prior to when I started, so we've never done conditional use permits for Class F operations. We are doing it now because we're in the midst of a court case and they wanted to move forward. And I said, let's just be transparent and finish this project, especially when we got so beat up over this 75-foot thing out there in the public. And now we make that clear, and I am grateful that they went ahead with this because at least this gets the facts out there.
Any other questions for Pat? Thank you, Pat. Let the applicant speak.
Jay Cutts, 44681 309th Street. I'll be filling in for Frank tonight. He took a job delivering feed to some of these units and wasn't able to be here tonight. This is a Class F unit. It's a nursery unit from 10 to 50 pounds. It's a conditional use permit in an ag district for 250 animal units. As you can see, it's approximately 800 feet away from the residences. One has a very nice grove there. Depending on what my neighbor to the north wants me to do, because to the north of that blue line, I farm that ground for them. It's probably 150 feet, to their driveway, I would guess. I never did measure that off, but I farm that for them, so they receive rent off of that. If they, want me to keep farming it, I will. If not, I will put trees to the north side of this this barn also to do, to mitigate the whatever they do driving out their driveway, to get it up in the air and move it away. Again, this is the best site that we can find for a conditional use permit for Frank. My parents started me out farming when I was about his age. Gave me a job doing that and continued on from there. And right now, these units look to be the best way for him to get into agriculture and maybe continue on, because right now row crop farming isn't real profitable on that situation, but this he could get into and pay off in 8 to 10 years and have a nice nest egg for him when he gets older. Any other questions?
Is this completely enclosed like the other barn?
This is also completely enclosed, yep. Power vented barn.
I'm going to ask it again of you, Jay. How far do you live from this proposed facility?
From this proposed facility, about 2.25 miles.
Okay. I want to step back into the past. Last time you were before us, and discussion over finisher, you talked about the most effective use of your ground. Now, I'm familiar with this site here. To the north there, you've got a pivot that's going to swing around, and this is a dead area where the pivot won't hit. Does that make a difference on how useful you are being, utilization of your...
That's one of the reasons I sectioned out this for Frank to purchase. Like say, the pivot will do a 3/4 turn in. And this is a chunk of dry land ground. It's more efficient for him to purchase it a little cheaper than irrigated ground. So yes, as far as we were concerned, this is the best use for this piece of property.
Any other questions for Jay, representing Frank?
Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll open up for public comment for those in favor of the Frank Cutts nursery conditional use permit, please approach, state your name. Last call. Okay, we'll close public comment in favor. We'll open up public comment in opposition.
You guys never run on time, do you? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Doug Harr. I'm at 808 James Place in Yankton, South Dakota, and I appreciate the opportunity. I'm talking on behalf of my mother-in-law, and she lives on the farm that's to the south. And having just listened to Mr. Cutts speak in regards to the other farm, in regards to Mr. Note, I believe that is 75 feet away from his window, if I'm not mistaken.
No, property line.
Property line?
It's 141, was it, Pat?
Oh, yeah, 214 feet. Well, yeah, I worked on farms. I've fixed tractor tires. I worked at Cheddar Colony. I worked at Wolf Creek Colony. And this manure has a definite odor. And I would assume, are there any regulations in Yankton County in regards to where this manure can be spread?
Yes.
Okay, so in this case, Mr. Cutts, where will we be spreading the manure from this hog barn? Any close proximity to this area? Do you plan on spraying the manure close to this proximity?
It'll depend on where Frank finds a spot to do it.
Depends, it's pretty vague. And
Well, it'll
so-
be within a mile.
In a mile. So the odor's going to be there. And if I'm not mistaken,
It'll be close to where Ray spreads his more than likely.
okay, and I understand that you own over 2,000 acres. You're putting this in between two farms. The business of government, ladies and gentlemen, is compromise and common sense. And no ordinance is a blanket ordinance. I mean, you have to serve the public as well as Mr. Cutts and everybody else here. In this situation, you've got two families that are going to be impacted by this. It is right in between two homes. If I'm not mistaken, in the last argument, you said that you needed a paved road in order to establish the same type of barn. This road, Mr. Cutts, as you well know, is anything but paved. Secondly, Mr. Node's case, I do not believe there's a low spot in that particular area, and I don't see any reason, going back to that, why that couldn't be moved further south away from this farm. You have the right to build where you want to. I have rights, you have rights, but I cannot use my rights to infringe your rights. And deep down, if I were to poll you and ask you, if you were in this situation, ladies and gentlemen, if you were going to live in this situation, and you wanted this barn built that close to your residence, be honest with yourselves, I think I know how you would decide. Property values aside, that's going to have a huge impact on an owner's property. Secondly, if she wishes to raise some farrow hogs, et cetera, I believe the company here that we're talking about is Cernfer, is that correct, how you pronounce that? The company where the pigs are coming from? Do they have regulations or restrictions as to? What's the name of the company? That's what I'm asking you, the name of the company that's providing the pigs.
Centura.
Centura, is that correct?
Never contracted.
Okay.
Good question, I don't know.
You don't know what she's going to provide the pigs? Not sure where you're going to put the manure. Interesting. Okay, so well, those are all doubts I would ask you to consider. Okay, and you know what you come to decide tonight, once again, is precedent. And I know the people of Yankton have, you know, we talked about the election and everything else. It's in the past. But at the same time, what you're going to do tonight is you're going to make a decision for these families. Now, this Thanksgiving, if I'm not mistaken, it was a beautiful day, right? About 65 degrees. You all have families. You go outside after a nice meal, you take a walk. What's the first thing you're going to experience if that hog barn is there? Don, you know darn well what you're going to experience. And it's not going to be a smell of turkey, okay?
You talking with the
Nursery barn.
with the nursery barns?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been around.
Yeah, each of those pigs produces close to a gallon of manure. And that gallon of manure, we're not sure where that's going to get spread, but it's going to get spread somewhere close. 85 degrees inside, we're talking about the manure that they produce.
No, I just asked that. Are we talking about the nursery hogs?
Manure,
Producing that much manure, or are we talking about finishing hogs?
finishing hogs, anything up to 55 pounds, produce close to a gallon of manure a day, if I'm not mistaken. So that's quite a bit of manure. No matter what, poop's poop. It stinks, whether it comes from a baby pig or a big pig. It stinks. And what I'm suggesting here is that he has other alternatives, owning over 2,000 acres of property here in Yankton County, where he does not have to put that barn that disappeared suddenly here in between those two homes. Just wiggle it. No, thank you. It'll come back up. There we go. I'm suggesting that there are other alternatives. Now, you talked about, I think Don brought up a good point, talking to your neighbors. Did you visit with the Bagstead? Did you visit with the other people about putting these in prior to sending the letter? I have rights, you have rights, but I cannot use my rights to infringe on other people's rights. And once again, there are good laws, there are bad laws, but there's not a blanket statement here that covers everything. That's why we have you, to make these decisions, to look at these things. The last time we had this discussion, there were 2 people that voted against this. Now, I understand that somebody's not here tonight, but I ask you to really do some soul searching, because the decision you have tonight is going to have far-reaching effects. And I ask you to put yourself in their position, and whether you would like to be in this situation. Leave this for, you talk about your prosperity. Everybody has family, folks. In this situation, if Ramona Bagstead would leave this to her grandchildren, the property value here is going to depreciate rather significantly as a result. And I know I looked at the studies, whether it's Iowa State, whether it's Illinois State, these are studies that are put out by, well, it's empirical evidence, and it's there. And the evidence suggests that the property values will depreciate. And I thank you for your time, and I hope that, do you have questions? Sure, please.
Which one of those is your mother?
The one to the south, one to the south, yeah. And the wind predominantly, you have a northwest wind or a straight north wind, that's going to flow straight in. The trees are there, but let's be honest, the trees, they're not roses. That odor is going to come through. I've worked out on Cheddar County, they got a lot of trees. Wolf Creek County, they got a lot of trees. And I'll tell you what, that odor is there, and you know what it smells like. I was tempted to bring a bottle with, I decided not to. But you understand, it's there, it smells, and I'd ask that you reconsider and possibly build someplace else. Maybe take the time to sit down and visit with them. There are other alternatives here. And once again, the business of government is compromised, and you guys are here to represent not just Mr. Cutts, not just Mr. Schenk, but everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition, please approach.
Page Harig, live at 44628 308th Street, Mission Hill, about a half-mile south west of here, the barn. And I've spoken here many times, and I have never come right out and said, I am opposed to CAFOs, I don't want them. But what I am opposed to is the way they're being put in. I think a lot of them, maybe most of them, could be done in a lot better manner to protect not only our citizens, but our citizens' property rights, property values, and of course protecting our environment. And what upsets me is that these conditional use permits are never denied. We hear things like, well, farming isn't illegal, we can't deny this. Well, I really think you can deny a conditional use permit. I don't believe they're guaranteed. If they were, they wouldn't have to come to planning and zoning for a vote, and they wouldn't have to come before the Board of Adjustment. And maybe some of these should have been denied. Just asking the applicant, well, could you move it a quarter mile this way or a quarter mile that way? And then a lot of people here have asked for conditions such as biofilters, insect control, groundwater monitoring, and the attitude is, no, we can't do that. If we make them do that, we could be sued. The county could be sued. Well, the fact is, I don't believe any judge is going to rule against the county for actions they've taken to protect the public and the environment. I know this is going to be approved like they all have been, but I'm just really dissatisfied that we're not doing more, or that you're not doing more. We hear things like, we can't put in biofilters, they're too expensive. These people have to make a profit. But yet, I don't hear any of you worried about other businesses in the county that have to make a profit, or how you're helping them. I'm just really dissatisfied with how all of this has been handled. And lastly, I've got to apologize. I didn't know it was going to be show and tell. I could have brought the family photo album and shown several pictures of me as a child sitting with a bunch of baby pigs. There's even a couple of me riding on top of a hog when I was 3 or 4 years old. And I could have showed pictures of pictures of me with calves, lambs, whatever. So I'm not new to farming. I understand it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paige, it'd be all right with you if they were all in the north part of the county.
No, I'm not saying, I'm not telling you where to put them as far as a specific location goes. I'm asking for the consideration of neighbors, groundwater,
There's neighbors everywhere.
rivers, lakes, streams.
There's neighbors.
That's true. But they can be placed certainly much better than these two that have been presented tonight.
Consideration.
Any other opposition?
Yeah, well, thanks. I know Louis for a long time. Louis is a great guy. He's putting his on his farm. Mr. Cutts isn't putting on his farm because he's got a low spot. He's got 2,000 acres of land. I'm sure there's some fill there someplace. And, or another option further north. I believe you own some land further north here. Is that correct, Mr. Cutts? You own some land further north, is that correct? Yet, by Mr. Node, the issue once again was the oil road. And you haven't denied any? Not one? Is that true? There hasn't been any denied?
Not tonight.
Okay. Well, I was just curious. I'm new to this, so thank you for your patience. But in this situation, I think there has to be a case-by-case situation. I think Mr. Wood said that before. And in this situation, with two families, not just one, but two, I think there needs to be some consideration. And I think that perhaps tonight might be a good time to maybe take a step back and maybe do something a little different here. Thank you. And just a point of clarification, I said they represent all of us. That's why I said your name had nothing to do with that I was upset or anything. That's why I said they represent you, they represent us, need to represent everybody, not just one group versus the other. So it's
Doug,
done.
the same question.
Sure.
The same question that I asked Paige. It's all right if we put it up north.
No, I believe in this case there is some property.
Somebody else.
No, I believe in this case, Mr. Kettering, there is some property up north and there aren't any neighbors close by. And I think in this situation with Mr. Node, that whole section, I don't know how to bring that back up here, but he owns that whole section running south. He could put that a ways away from the farmstead, not right up adjacent to it. That's what I'm getting at. And once again, you put yourself in that situation, I think you would probably ask for the same thing. And I think I know you would, by the way.
Water, electricity.
Water, electricity is all fine, sure. So the roads, okay, but think about the roads as well. If I'm not mistaken, if I figure out how much money you're going to get from each of these, along with the write-offs that they get for taxation, you're not going to generate that much. You're going to burn more up than that fixing the county roads here, and you know that as well as I do.
Time out.
Yeah.
Writing off for income tax and what is paid for property tax are two different animals.
Yep, I know that.
Property taxes on on any of these barns is going to be more than the land produces, as it's taxed at about $90.
So how much will this barn produce in 1 year, do you suppose?
Anywhere
tax?
from, I haven't seen
That's just a rough estimate.
well, the 2,400 head finishers are going to produce around $3,000 to $4,000 in property tax.
How much is a load of gravel?
About $300 for a township.
For a township, so how many loads of gravel it would take to take care of that road right there for a mile stretch?
How much does it take her now? I mean, we got grain trucks going on it.
Not many great. That road is pretty, that road in the wintertime is going to be a huge issue. And then you got the oil road that's going to go on as well. But what I'm saying here.
So I have a question for you.
Sure.
Directly to the east, what of your mother-in-law's farm site? Is that another farm site there?
Yeah, that's a homestead. That's sort of like the Centennial Farm. That land was settled by Matthias Bagstead, who was a Civil War veteran who fought for the Union Army, was actually in Anderson prison camp during the war. And the building there was actually built from the South Dakota Territorial Capital. So that's a Centennial Farm. She's been a good steward of that land for a century. So that's what I mean.
That's on the east side of the road?
That's on the east side of the road.
And your mother-in-law's on the
Your
west?
mother-in-law lives in the west, yeah, exactly. So once again, I think a case-by-case basis would be okay here. Last time we had two people that voted no, and I appreciate that. And I ask yourself to revisit this, and maybe possibly Mr. Cutts visiting with the neighbors and moving that to another location. I think that would be to everybody's benefit, and I think it might be to your benefit, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opposition to the Franklin Cutts conditional use permit?
My name is Ramona Bagstead. I happen to live in one of those houses, and Mr. Sawtelle lives on the other side. So there's two houses, and they want to put one of these buildings between us, and it doesn't only affect me and Mr. Sawtelle's family, it also affects the family that live across from me that rents the land from my son. They live in a house, and that's probably a quarter mile from where we're talking about. So this is affecting 3 families, not just 2. And like I said, I've lived there for over 60 years now. I take my dog for a walk up along those trees that I love because I don't want to take her out in the road and get run over because there are yards trucks that go by there. And I like to go up and look for deer, for turkeys, because I have turkeys that hatch their young ones in the spring. And I enjoy all this stuff, and I don't want to walk up there with my dog and have to be able to smell this odor that's going to come, and I know there will. And you talk about planting trees. Well, I had a tornado that went through my place and took out all the trees on the road. There was 10 or 12. They were huge. They were there, probably planted by my husband's grandfather, maybe more than that. Took them all down. Well, I wanted something to stop the dust, so I planted some trees. About 10 years ago, well, you talk about evergreens. I know how fast they grow because right now I planted them 10 years ago and they're probably a little taller than I am. So that's how long it takes for evergreen to grow, and it's not going to keep the smell, whatever it's supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opposition? Please approach. Last call. Close public comment at this time. Leave 10 minutes for the applicant for rebuttal.
When Frank and I considered this site, you got to remember we're looking at a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit throws out about 58% of my property because in a conditional use permit you can't put it in a floodplain. Now even if this is a Class F and a conditional use permit, you can't put it in a floodplain. So that was our beginning start of looking at all the land for this site for Frank. And yeah, there's a lot of other places that are out there, but it doesn't necessarily fit. Maybe you're too close to somebody else's house, or it's farther away from somebody else's house, or there's a lot of factors that go into where you site a nursery barn or a finisher barn. And that's why we were looking at this site, because this site fit what we needed, and it was the best for him, and it fit into with our program of working him into agriculture. Now, is the nursery barn going to be a real odoriferous? Same way, I went by that one on 37, and I don't just go by. We stopped, and I usually take Leanne with me, and we stop, and I usually get out and walk around the barn all the way. I usually try to stay away at least 100 to 200 feet if I can. And that's the way that we've done research on all these finishers and all these nurseries, to find out how would it affect us and how we would feel if we lived close to one. And I really, you gotta understand, I walk out my front door and my cattle feed lot is 100 feet away. So do animal odors bother me? No. Am I used to them? Probably. I'll drive past Ray's once in a while. I go, well, either I'll walk out my front door and I'll go, it's fall of the year. Ray must be spreading manure again. If I have an east wind, or he's pumping his barn. Every once in a while you're going to smell it. Of course you are. It's animal agriculture. But it's agriculture, and it's a way to get a young person into agriculture at this time. As far as where else we could have put it, like I say, this is the best spot that we could find in our minds when we consider all the factors. I guess that's about it.
I got a couple questions.
2 questions.
One, what changed location-wise from now until from the planning and zoning? Was there a different site location for this?
No, that was the site. That was always the site.
Always been the site, okay.
Yes.
2, manure, when it is applied, how will it be applied?
It'll be injected.
Why is it? Why would it be injected? Why is that a preferred method?
Why is that a preferred method? 1, it decreases the odors, and 2, it covers it up so all the nutrients stay in the soil and don't, the nitrate, ammonia odors in it. Now this is a nursery barn, so there isn't going to be as much ammonia in it as far as the finisher is concerned, because there isn't as much nitrogen in a nursery ration. Because they're smaller pigs. It's a whole different feed ration. So most of this is not going to be nitrogen, but to knife it in the ground, you put it in the ground and cover it up just like you do anhydrous ammonia. You make sure it's covered up so it stays in the soil and doesn't evaporate out into the air.
Is there stricter requirements for applying manure versus anhydrous ammonia?
Much stricter.
Give me a few points.
Anhydrous ammonia, you could go out and put as much as you wanted to out on that field and nobody raised questions. Say if you wanted to over-apply by triple the anhydrous ammonia and nitrogen that you need for a crop, you could. It'd be a waste of your money, but you could do it. As far as fertilizer is concerned, when you do a nutrient management plan, it's based on crop removal rates and how the crop uses whatever nutrients you're putting in the soil.
Do you have an agronomist test the soil?
Agronomists will test the soil every year. The year prior, well, usually it's tested every other year. Now that if we start doing this, it'll be tested every year so we know what we're going to put on the next year. So it'll be done every 2 years. And then our nutrient management plan, we'll start taking 2-foot soil samples to find out how the nitrates are moving down through the soil, and if we're over applying nitrogen. Currently, right now, we don't do that because we don't have to.
Because of, you don't have to do what? Why?
We don't have to do that now because it's commercial fertilizer and it's not required. But once you start putting on with a manure management plan, we need to start sampling it 2 feet down to see how far the nitrates are moving down through the soil so we don't contaminate the groundwater.
Sorry, it was more than 2 questions. Any other questions for the applicant?
I have one.
The public comment's done now, ma'am. You can talk with the applicant afterwards, so.
Jay, I went to a CAFO meeting. Some of the other future commissioners were there too, and they talked quite a bit about manure management in Iowa and other states, and they referred to the Des Moines River issue that I think is fairly well known.
Sure.
How do they determine whether it's commercial fertilizer or manure that's causing the water issues?
Now you're starting to stretch my agronomy classes from a long ways away. If I remember correctly, say in a ground mounting well, if you do have a shallow aquifer, say you have sand and stuff, so you do put on a test well. If you find nitrates in there, I don't know the wording or how to say it correctly, but there's different isotopes of.
If you're not sure, don't say it.
But there is a difference in animal nitrates and commercial fertilizer nitrates. That's the best way to put it.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Questions from the commission for Pat? I do have questions for Pat. Is the applicant following the laws that have been passed by the people of Yankton County?
Yes.
Is he exceeding the requirements?
Yes. I believe the way that we've been interpreting the ordinance, we would not have this public hearing for a Class F. We would have just administratively administered the permit, making sure that he had the sufficient, the only requirement in there is the 75-foot setbacks off of property lines. If it were a grain bin, if it were another barn, if it were a hay barn, if it were a whatever facility, if it was under 300 animal units or 299, according to our zoning ordinance, Class F is not applicable, and boom, we're done. We're done. We should not have to even do this. So I think they went above and beyond on this application to get a conditional use permit. Because by our ordinance, we're supposed to get, I'm required to make sure we have conditional use permits from Class A through Class E. Now, there's been a lot of discussion out there about interpretation, but it is a sequential document, and as you go down through there, Class F is a not applicable class. Which,
do you have the answer to the nitrates issue that
the nitrates, by the time the nitrate is broke down, when it's a nitrate, and it's going to be, it is the same chemical composition, whether it came from a chemical or a petroleum source, or it came from a animal source. By the time it becomes a nitrate that they're finding in the water, it's the same chemical composition. That is the difficulty that Iowa is having right now. What is coming from the manure applications and what is coming from the chemical application, being petroleum applications. And that is why the lawsuit isn't settled, and that's why we're still struggling to find out how do we do that. And Iowa, they're looking to see, they're trying to find that. And now they're doing more research to go back to, that's a non-point solution, pollution. It's a non-point pollution. They can't just point to that entity and say this is where it's coming from because it's everywhere. So now they're trying to get, the scientists are going back in and trying to find a point solution to this and then test those waters. But right now, nitrate is a nitrate when it's broke down into the nitrogen that we're seeing in our water, whether it's come from a chemical composition, which meaning petroleum, or it came from the animal. Nitrogen is nitrogen.
Any other questions for Pat from the commission? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
I move approval of the conditional use permit based on findings and facts.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion. Hearing none, roll call, Pat. Go ahead, Ray, did you have something?
Again, I'm going to speak from experience. I have a CAFO on my farm for 20 years. I've had, my neighbors have tested the water. We're responsible. I went in and talked with Pat, because I want to build another barn. I can't. I'm in a floodplain. That's how much I believe in our industry of agriculture, that we are progressive and looking out for the future. I wanted to build another barn on my farm, but I cannot since I'm in a floodplain. Because I know that 95% of it is manageable. There is odor, yes, but it's manageable to 95% in my opinion. If I had land outside of a floodplain, away from my farm, I would apply to put a barn there also because of progressive farming. The nutrient value is beyond the pale that you get from these facilities. Modern agriculture, with Mr. Hohn's statement about these dad-blasted computers in the barns and stuff like that, it is manageable to operate that barn from a distance where you do not have to live there. I would have one on my farm in a heartbeat, within 75 feet of my house if I could. I believe in it. I've lived it, and it's only getting better. We have to be able to look out for our farm futures. People have rights. We're people too. We're not monsters and animals. Well, yeah, we are an animal, I guess, because we stink too. But anyhow, we have to look forward, and we are moving forward in this industry.
Any other discussion?
I'd just like to say that I think it all depends on the responsible farmer. I mean, I believe every one of these people that have applied have been in farming long enough. They are successful, they're responsible. I have no reason to believe that because they're going to start raising hogs, that they're going to become unresponsible and not take care of their investment. And that's it.
Any other discussion? Roll call, Patty.
Don?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Todd?
Yes. Motion carries. Making a motion to go into regular session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Let's get a motion for a 5-minute recess.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Great. All in favor say aye.
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 We're in 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene it. Pat? If there are none, I entertain a motion on the Peterson plat.
Motion to approve the Peterson plat.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Don, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Pat. Sandy, thank you for patiently waiting.
Thanks for listening to me on the agenda. I just
Thank
want
you.
to give you a brief update.
Thank you.
I'm Sandy Stockholm with the Missouri Sedimentation Action Coalition.
Move that microphone closer.
Oh. And as you know, we've been pursuing a sediment management plan for Lewis and Clark Lake with stakeholders around the lake and with the Army Corps of Engineers. And there was a question as to what section or authorization we'd be able to utilize in moving forward. And right now, it appears that Section 22, Planning Assistance to States, will provide the option to let us move forward more quickly than 1179A. But 1179A is still in the picture because that would allow for construction if and when it gets to that point. But Planning Assistance to States, it's still a 50-50 cost share. Coming up with phase 1 of the sediment management plan, the estimated ballpark figure for that has not changed, but in using Section 22, we're looking at biting off a smaller chunk at first and looking more at the economics of how this is going to work. And it's important to address that question at the get-go instead of putting all the time and effort into coming up with solutions and fine-tuning those before you know if you can get a national shift in how the economic model is going to come about. So given that, this table, it's just kind of showing you where we're at funding-wise, and we're thinking that Phase 1A might be more in the $150,000 ballpark, but that's yet to be determined once we go through the scoping process with the Corps. So in light of that, the $150,000 is about 38% of $400,000, which we came to you at the beginning. And to come up with Phase 1, it's still that $400,000, but biting off the smaller chunk, we're going to look at requesting 38% to start out with from the stakeholders. So in this memorandum of agreement, which will come to you next time we're here, along with the resolution, we'll have that spelled out. So we only have to request what's needed as we go along. And then I guess I did just want to mention that MSAC, we have talked about hiring a consultant to help with this process, and I can tell you today that we have, the board has approved a contract with Dr. Hotchkiss, who's been here in Yankton a couple times to facilitate meetings in the past. He's very knowledgeable and will bring a very good voice to this process. We want to make this count and get all the people together who can make it work.
Patty, what do we budget for next year on this? Was it 10,000 for next year?
Just, yeah. So you're only asking for like the Phase 1?
Yeah, Phase 1A, yeah.
38% of that.
Yeah, of the 10,000, so.
So Phase 1B will happen future years, or?
That's to be determined. The scoping process, within Section 22, we could likely do most of Phase 1, but we know that it has to move to 1179A to get to construction. It could be year 2 where we would need to request the additional amount.
I would just say, with county budgeting, it's a year-by-year basis. So right now for 2019, we budgeted 10,000, right? So I would urge you to come in front of the commission again next year in the budgeting process, because the extra 6,200, you're going to have to ask that of the commission at that time.
Okay. I mean, we could write the memorandum of agreement to several different ways. We could request the 10,000, and then what's not used to return back to you, I guess, is another way.
I just, what I've learned in the last 4 years with budgeting process, it's a year-by-year basis, and you know, if the futures commissions want to support it, they can. If they don't, they as well. So
okay.
Just food for thought to put it. If you want to take.
What are the goals in Phase 1A?
Right now, we're talking about the economics. We want an inventory of benefits, costs, indirect costs, direct costs, benefits locally, regionally, nationally. We have to get planners to look at reservoir sustainability in a different way, and we need to put together an argument or the data to show that these reservoirs are worth sustaining. If they were to use the present economic model that they do for determining cost-benefit analysis, it would be very difficult to support a large-scale project.
That's kind of what's gone on for the last 50 years, right?
Right, and this is a monumental shift that we need to make, and we're making the argument right here. This is it's a pioneering effort, really. It's an argument, it's a question, a challenge that has to be tackled nationally, and there's people that care about the lake here, and we're willing to make that argument. And I guess next time I'll come to you with a memorandum of agreement. So are you suggesting that we only request the 38% given?
To be honest with you, we approved budgeted 10,000 for next year.
Request the whole amount.
I don't have any objection of utilizing that. And then phase 1B, there wouldn't be anything there, but we've met our commitment for 2019. If the future commissions want to add more to it, that's up to them as well.
Okay.
But,
And just, I mean, this isn't what we want to see happen, but in the rare chance that it doesn't progress beyond phase 1A, we would return the funds not used.
Well, it's already budgeted for 10,000, so
Okay.
you would get that anyway.
Okay.
Well,
Full
but
amount.
just because it's budgeted, it doesn't mean we got to spend it.
But I mean, it is in the budget for them to get that.
That's fine, but we still don't have to spend it. If they don't spend the $6,200, we want it back.
but how does that account-wise, Patty, on the audit system?
I would rather not have to have them, for us to write them a check or them to write us a check. I mean, that, for accounting reasons,
Is there not some place where you could use that money?
Let's figure the damn accounting thing out and take the money. It's $6,200. If you aren't going on forward on a study next year, I don't want to spend the $6,200. I understand giving it this year because it was a commitment for this year. But if you aren't spending it, I think it comes back.
Or not written?
Well, would you have a problem if the full 10,000 was used towards phase 1A? Okay.
We've committed to this project.
Okay. Well, that.
Yeah, but we committed to the project based on everybody contributing and raising $400,000, right? 400,000, right?
50% would be the 200,000, yep.
I don't know. If the project, if the project is not going forward and there's not benefit coming out of it, I don't see that our taxpayers should support it.
Okay. And I understand that.
That's me. I'm 1 of 5.
And it's kind of it's a difficult balancing act because we want to treat all the stakeholders the same. We didn't ask for a specific amount from each stakeholder. It was pretty much up to them what they wanted to contribute. So, I mean, the scoping process is yet to be determined. The 38% was just the ballpark estimate that we could come up with right now.
Well, I'm looking at the counties here. Yankton County is the highest county on the sheet.
Yep.
And maybe we have most at stake here.
City of Yankton's got 25,000 on top of it.
I'm talking counties.
True.
Talking counties.
The city of Springfield stepped up with 5,000 as well.
No.
I appreciate the effort going forward and trying to change it. If you're going to do it in phase 1, we'll support phase 1. But if that fails and you quit, I think we get the money back. That's my opinion.
So he's recommending to just go with 3,800. And if you can get phase 1B done later in next year, you can come back for the other 6,200 and still have it in one budgeting year. Right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Actually, I think he said you could give them 10,000 if they don't go phase 2.
But you can't give them money, you can't do a refund back.
That's not an accounting.
All right.
So either do 3,800 Phase 1A, if you can finish Phase 1B yet and still come request some funds, it's still budgeted for 2019 if you can spend it.
Okay. Certainly, and the agreement will have language in there about an amendment. I mean, it could be at the very beginning that more is needed, so we would come back with that information. So.
Any other questions for Sandy? We appreciate you coming in and
your patience.
patient.
Nope, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the cell phone tower. This is actually, it's really a cell phone tower, it's a radio tower that Paul talked to us about last meeting. We got a letter in the packet from total tower valuation from Dan Specht. He puts it at no value. So I believe we either accept this valuation or not accept it, right?
I recommend.
And then two cabinets below $500. So you don't have to have an auction, notice, nothing. You can just sell it or do whatever you need to do.
Seems like it's a liability if we can get rid of it.
Yeah.
So you don't need anything more that you guys are bringing this up.
We have to just take a motion to accept the valuation.
I make a motion we accept the.
Got to double check something. I think your map is wrong. There's no other towers he mixed up, but I think we're a half mile to the west. It's not on this. The mark that's made on there is not on the correct mark on the map. We have to get over to Ostimore's place. That's near 52. Just so you have your ducks in a row. It's the same tower. We're not talking about a different tower, but we're not marked correctly on your mapping.
So the circle is not around the right tower?
Sure looks like it.
What parcel is? Because the map was.
Parcel's 13.
He's got, it's not Mr. Haas's property.
Terrence L. Haas.
It's the Ostimore's. Mr. Haas is the picture's correct, but it's the wrong property description. That's not Mr. Haas. It has to be Mr. Hosdemore. It's just a correction. I don't think it's any problem with the appraisal, but you don't have the right individual owning that property.
Then we probably need to have that corrected.
We should have that corrected, at least on that mapping. I don't know how he did on his appraisal.
Is the address correct?
No, not on what you're seeing.
In the letter? 43175 South Dakota Highway 50?
Just double check that. We should check that tomorrow before, the tower's the same, your property information's incorrect.
Well, let's get it corrected.
Okay, so I just want, with the correction.
Have any address on the agenda. I mean, that.
Correct, yeah.
It just says cell tower.
But I want to
check it, but I don't think it's going to affect the notices.
I agree.
The commission can do what they, you know what I mean?
Just make, in the motion, just say we will correct, or we will make sure that the property is described or that it's the right property owner. It's the same tower.
If it's wrong, I correct it, but I don't think there's any other notices. You guys can decide if you want to get.
Well, either we do it today or we do it in 2 weeks.
Today's fine.
If you say we can do it, listen to your legal advice.
Okay, I agree.
So I'll take a motion to accept
The zero value?
the valuation based on pending the correct address.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Deb, grievance finding.
Yes. Okay, approximately 5 months ago, the commission received a grievance from 3 employees regarding pay. The grievance procedures outlined in Yankton County Personnel Handbook, Section 902. Grievance is an alleged violation, misrepresentation, or inequitable application of existing agreement, contract, resolution, policy, rule, or regulation of county commissioners or of any county office. We found that the procedures in Section 902 had been followed by the department head. We formed a commission to investigate the pay inequities and resolve the grievance. Committee members were Jim Vilhakis, Rob Klimish, Don Kettering, Lori Mackey, and myself. After discussion with the department head and one of the employees and much research, we determined that the grievance had merit. We determined that an unexplained change in the wage scale from 2010 to 2011 for appraiser and deputy appraiser had occurred. No records could be found that supported the deletion of the minimum, midpoint, and maximum pay scales for those positions. We reviewed other positions and found that the jail corporal and sergeant's pay was also affected. We calculated the revised pay from the date of the grievance, including the steps from the 2011 pay scale and annual raise for each employee. The revised pay totals for each affected employee: Deputy Director of Equalization, $4,603.67. Certified Appraiser GIS, $4,131.13. Certified Appraiser, $4,010.81. Senior Jail Corporal, an increase of 50 cents an hour, and the jail sergeants, which there are 2 of them, 50 cents an hour as well. I'd like to make a motion that these pay scales take effect immediately and be retroactive to July 9th, 2018.
Question. Are those back pay, or is that annual pay for the?
That'll be going forward.
So
That's their pay going
I
forward.
second the motion, and then under discussion, address Todd's question.
This pay goes back to July 9th, and it's the wage going forward.
Goes from the point of the time of the
Grievance.
The grievance was filed.
That's July 9th.
The 7 or 8 years before, when they should have been getting paid at a higher scale, they get nothing.
Okay, that's all I need.
They get nothing for that.
So the
from the grievance forward.
So the handbook for July 9th, or for January 19th, and you going forward is now, with this, will be corrected, correct?
Well, when we change their wages and make it on the wage scale to reflect this, it should be.
Well, I just want to make sure we're not.
So are you increasing from July, so they're going to get back pay from July?
Yes.
July 9th.
Till now?
Because that's the grievance period. That's when the grievance was filed, and
So they're going to get
you want to...
$603.67 extra?
Well, that's their new monthly.
No, I just want to get it right for the payroll. I don't
know what they're making right now, so you have to look at the difference between.
Time out. I think I'm hearing lots of different questions. So Deputy Director of Equalization, the amount that person will receive starting starting July 9th until the end of 2018 is $4,603.67. No. Is that an increase in their salary?
This is their new monthly wage.
So that's their monthly wage.
So we're going to have to do, the math of what.
That's their total monthly wage.
Yes.
So whatever they're making now monthly, subtract that from this number and the difference going forward.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Patty, does that help you or not? Do you still have questions?
I understand that they're getting the difference starting now, but what they are going to be paid for July?
Yes.
Up to now?
Yes, with the same figure.
I mean, they've gotten their regular wages.
Yes, so you just have to do the difference.
Okay.
See what happened was they had these step increases that were on the schedule. And magically, under previous auditor, for 3 or 4 positions, they just disappeared. There's no record.
Nothing in the minutes?
There's nothing in the minutes. The previous pay scale that had them on there going forward, all of a sudden it doesn't. And they were hired under those assumptions, and it disappeared. Now, why it took them 7 years to file a grievance, I don't know. I think it came because of the janitor situation where we had to replace the janitor.
So this is their monthly wage moving forward, except for the senior jail corporal and jail sergeant, that's an additional 50 cents an hour starting July 9th going forward. And then after the first of the year, those salaries are adjusted by whatever increase in salary is granted, correct?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I'd also like to, we also strongly recommend that a human resource manager be hired by the county to handle all personnel matters, and that one of the first actions by this manager be the complete review of the entire wage scale for fairness and equality. Our employees deserve this.
Well, that leads right into the next item on the agenda. Don?
Well, I'm working on the job description. I'm going to, in the process of getting copies from 3 other counties, and my proposal would be to get a job description and present it to the new commission in January, and with the recommendation that we immediately advertise for a human resource manager.
We got that meeting tomorrow. Isn't even bring that to the meeting tomorrow? Dade County meeting?
I'm not going to be at Dade County meeting.
I'll pick it up for you.
I think that's fine. I think we all understand the importance of an HR person. Case in point, the previous agenda item. Any questions for Don in regards to the personnel manager?
I just want to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks. It's that important.
Okay. Next item is executive session for personnel issue. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Deb, second. Don, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're in executive session.
Second.
Deb, second. Can I get a second?
Yep.
Don, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're back in regular session. No action was taken in the personnel issues for executive session.
Public comment.
Next item is public comment. We have one individual signed in. That'd be Louis Johnson.
I didn't want you to feel left out.
We haven't heard from you tonight, Louis.
2 things. One, I stopped at Yeagy's today and I complimented Mark Yankton on the progress being made on the oats plant. And he started filling me in on the technology and the fact that it is absolutely nothing like the old one was, or the one before that. And what I find amazing is, I don't know where they find the oats, because there isn't enough oats raised in Yankton County anymore to supply it for a day, I don't think. But I believe it comes from Canada, and I know at one time it was coming from the Scandinavian countries. But that's a $4 or $5 million investment out there, and it is, he showed me a screen in his office where he could tell what was being blended at their fat or their liquid plant as far as feed. And he said, I can set up a new batch, and it went through and the counter was clicking, and he said the setup on the new oats mill is going to make this look like a pad and a pencil. And
It's not operational yet, is it?
We can't ask comments.
No. I mean, and I asked him when he was going to give tours, and he said, you know, if you want to go out and look at it before it's done. But the guys, they hired an out-of-state company because that's what they do. And he said, as technical as it is, he didn't want somebody learning. And they're going to have, he said there was at least one motor that was 1,000 horsepower. So it is going to be able to do massive things. And then another thing that goes with this, the Kaler Feed and Grain was looking at Yankton County to spend $4 million for a feeding operation for these pigs. And visiting with Lance, the comment was, why in the hell would anybody want to come to Yankton and try to do anything? So they bought 50 acres over by 19 and 46. So Turner County gets the growth. And, you know, the feed will get trucked in and out. The only good thing about it is we'll have another corn market that's closer than Hudson, or hauling it to Iowa. But that was it.
Thank you, Louis. There's no other public comments signed up. Agenda items for next meeting. We'll just set the December 28th meeting, year-end meeting, probably be at noon. And anything else for the agenda for the next meeting?
You get thing on here that we're going to have that MOA from her.
Sandy's back home from, yep.
Don's going to update us some more on HR, isn't that true?
Not at the next meeting, are we?
No, nothing? Cell phone tower?
That's been done.
Oh, we finished that. I guess I went to sleep.
All right, I'll get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.